There you go. Shades on. Cricket. All right, peace and love. Peace and love, beloved. Take my uncle. Set it up here on my desk. Peace and love. Peace and love. Wait for some more people to come on into the room. Switching the stream around. Y'all doing? Talk to me. I talk back. All you gotta do is let me know where y'all dialing in from in the comments section. You will have clarity in this great day and time called Noon Tare. You better believe it. You better know it. You ain't gotta believe it no more. The belief phase is over. The belief phase is over. I want to give a PSA to all the religious zealots here on YouTube. As you come on into the room, hey, if you're not going to engage in a positive manner, I implore you just leave right now. Let me go ahead and give you a heads up, right? Give you a heads up in advance. You're not going to be playing that, especially for you Caucasian people, because I find it quite racist for you to tell me anything about Jesus. It's racist. God is racist. We in a new paradigm, you guys. It's the BaRuwty paradigm. I'm your beloved brother, Dr. Ray OrgoniteTEK, master OrgoniteTEK builder, teacher of raynology, wielder of primordial energy. I am my ancestors' keeper. I am an altar activation expert and a master of alignment. Currently, you are dialed in the Q&A with Dr. Ray. I'm your beloved brother Ray, OrgoniteTEK, and it is what it is. Share this channel with like-minded people that you know that may be on the vibrating wavelength of clarity, because we will have clarity in this great day and time. Peace and love, Keith. Keith Sweat in the building. How you doing, loved one? Who am I? Shouts out to the 1089 tech community, the AAA Academy, and the AAA alumni. Keith, if you can, share the live with the people in the Google chat space, and let the community know that we on live if you know how to do it, loved one. Who am I? Who am I? Usada. Yeah, it's Tehuti Rudy Thothday Thursdays. Every Thursday we go in, get some veneration to Tehuti. Hopefully you guys been having a great AM. As Eastern Standard Time, we go into the afternoon and heading into the high station of the sun called Atun. The day is February the 12th, according to the Gregorian calendar of 2026. And yeah, it's been a very interesting week. starting to come on YouTube. I will be on here at 11:11. You can catch me tomorrow at the same time, or you can catch the replay of this live as well. All right. I'm gonna start coming on here more. Y'all see the content. I'm uploading a bunch of shorts. I'm uploading a bunch of long videos. We're gonna have a whole bunch of content available for the people, just like we did on TikTok. Currently, I'm suspended from TikTok. TikTok, it's too much truth. They want you to be on there being a jester. I can't be a jester, right? I'm a royal being. I got a ruler class mind state. I can't sing a song and dance for you. I can't do it, And I think I dumb it down and liquefy it enough for people to consume the information that gets disseminated. I can't take it no further, right? But they don't want people to have truth. They want you to have lies. All of these platforms is like that. The leniency and the degeneracy. That's what get promoted the heaviest. Conflict, arguments. That's the stuff that make things go viral. And I find that to be lowly behavior, especially for grown-ups. It's embarrassing. Got to have some cool and some etiquette. And I'm not saying that to castigate anyone in a negative light. It's just a mere observation. Come join us in Atlanta next month. We're getting closer to the 1089 seminar. 1089 seminar. March the 7th for Raynology 102. Or join us on March the 8th for the science of the Netaru, Hethiru, as we will be diving into the compartments of the mind and consciousness and going over the science and the arithmetic of our connection to the elemental forces. And this will be our 12th event. All my people in the ATL, y'all whined and squealed for it. So we coming back to the ATL. All right, this is our 8th time here. 8th time in Atlanta. I do enjoy being there. I stayed in Atlanta over 19 years. It's where my humble awakening beginnings begin, in Atlanta, right? And come join us in Texas in July, right? I could already hear people right now like, I'm just going to wait till July. But July is the altar activation workshop, where I'll show you how to construct an altar in real time, show you how to interface, how to activate that altar, right? We're going to put it in seminar form for you guys. So come on out to that event, especially if you want to build an altar, right? And that will put people up under my studentship program. It's taking my discourse. We dropped the price of the discourse for the workshop. Now, if you can't make it, you just got to purchase the discourse. It's a prerequisite to that as well. I always tell people, get you a piece of orgone first, right? That's how I could tell where you at, by the orgone. That's life force and life growth promoting energy. And people that mess with dark energy, demonic forces, or that are malevolent, they don't like orgone. It don't mesh well with that low vibration that people be on. It don't. They don't like the orgone, man. I used to let people in the community say, hey, just purchase anything. And they'll purchase anything but the orgone. You're telling on yourself. I'm gonna start doing that again, because we got a whole bunch of other spots, but I just got I shouldn't have gave that away. But when I put that out there like that and people rush to come on in, like, I don't want to buy that orgone. Anything but that. I know you got some bullshit inside of you that you refusing to deal with. You know what I mean? I already know it. You ain't ready to address your deficits. And that's quite fine. But this is not the community for you. All right, we all about growth and evolution on the spiritual tip, because you are a spiritual being. You're under the premise and the assumption that you're this physical body, but you're not. You are inside of it, right? And it's animated by your presence. And I don't think that this is covered enough. I don't think enough people really grasp the concept that they are a spiritual being, right? It's a whole bunch of anthropomorphism that gets disseminated across these platforms. And not enough people have the right knowledge to grasp the concepts of who they are, right? Because you were several different layers of existence. You are eternal being. You are interdimensional being. Just being here right now, you're interdimensional, right? It's a whole nother dimension. When you're looking at me on here, wherever you at right now, I'm in your living room, I'm in your car, and wherever you at, I'm there right now. Then I'm in my body right now, and then I'm in the particular station called the spiritual universe, where the spirit resides, right? And my spirit is tethered to the central nervous system. And through the central nervous system, I'm able to view through the optical illusion of this dimension, which is pretty much molecules and atoms, electricity and magnetism, right? Those are the fundamental units that make up this reality. And we break things down to that level. And like I tell everyone in the tech community and on all of the platforms where people may follow me, that in order for you to obtain spiritual knowledge, you first have to master the physical knowledge. You have to know who you are physically before you start dealing with the aspects of who you are spiritually with clarity. You know, a lot of people are skipping steps because you're listening to people that have skipped steps and they have several things missing from their repertoire when they're disseminating this information to you guys, right? Not transparent enough. They're not giving you a full, synopsis of who they are. And we allow questions on here, Q&A. Q&A with Dr. Ray. If you guys have any questions, you can ask your questions. Thank you, Keith. I see you shared the live. I appreciate that, loved one. I put the scheduled thing in there to let people know we're going, but I had to end that one because I had to get another camera so I could switch it around. So when we go up to the whiteboard, any subjects you guys want to talk about or you want to hear about, let me know. Put it in the comments section. Yeah, I got to figure out how to do it over here on the YouTube. Because I'm about to be a force on the YouTube. Y'all already see all these other content creators that had a whole bunch of traction. They're starting to fall off because my energy then came over here to this side, right? The ancestors then came with me. My dearly departed then came with me, right? My spiritual agency and committee, hey, they had to clear house. Make way for Dr. Ray. We in the building, like a kitchen, like a stove. Oh man, hold on. My battery about to go dead on my laptop. Don't need that to happen. Boom. All right. Thank you, laptop, for letting me know. Put the power cord up there. Yeah, but it's been a lot of distractions, man. Enough with the distractions. Enough with the confusion. Enough with the malarkey. People need clarity in this great day and time. People need direction. They need instruction. They're searching for it, right? Y'all searching for truth. And you are already the truth. But what's blocking you is the programming of the Dajjal, right? Referred to as the spell of Leviathan. Leviathan is a lust demon, right? It personifies as a dragon. And right now on your planet, you got something called the Komodo dragon. I don't know if y'all familiar with the Komodo dragon. It's a filthy lizard. One bite from him, he could just bite you on the finger. All that poison that's in his body can go all through you. It'll take you out. But the dragons do exist. And you got them they done personified here. And I'm here for those that are the children of God, or the children of Ray, children of the sun. Because that's what we are. You are a particle of sun personifying into the flesh and bone. And there are beings here that did not originate with the sun. They originated after the moon. You are an eternal being. You waited your time on the sun to personify here in the flesh. And we got to get back to that. And shouts out to the Happy Nile Valley civilizations that predate us, the Anu people. Well, they set the precedents, and they also left a lot of edicts and monoliths behind to let you know exactly who you are. Because as I always cover, there are three main axioms that were left for you that predate antiquity. The first one was know thyself. And how do you know thyself? You had to first study the physical anatomy and discover who you are not. More important than who you are is who you are not. So you can make a distinction. Because I told you earlier in monologue, you are a spiritual being. You're a spiritual being, beloved. You're not a physical being. Go get my book, 1089 Manual, available on the website. And in that book, I tell people about the physical anatomy. That's the first thing you got to study, know thyself. And you got to look at the rational, practical aspects of who you are, right? That's the thinking self. Not the true you, but the thinking self. And as I said, once you study the dimensions of who you are physically, you can start dealing with the aspects of who you are spiritually, right? But get that book. I just pinned it in the comment section, 1089techvision.com. Check out the products. I got Organite Unks, like y'all see, some of y'all see me having that on. You know, that's Mookite Jasper. Mookite Jasper is a very distinct piece of jasper. You see all the beautiful colors that it exudes. This aligns you with the ancestors in your bloodline. Also helps ground you into the planet. And I want to just put ancestors in context as we go on, because your ancestors transcend Homo sapiens. I'll say that one more time. Your ancestors transcend Homo sapiens. In order for you to get to the Homo sapien form, you were first something else. He said, can you show the tablet from the other day, the Chrysocolla? Yeah, I can't show it right now because I got to redip that. I got to redip it, and it's going to be spilling out everywhere. It got some holes in it. I'll send you a picture of it. I can't hold it up. It's going to make a mess on the desk. but I gotta redip that thing. Yeah, so know thyself, you guys. Make certain that you study the physical anatomy, right? Biology is highly essential. And it's quite free now. Or if you got internet, you pay your internet bill, guess what? All you gotta do is at the tip of your fingers. You could go to Wikipedia, you could put up all type of stuff on the body. Start learning your physical anatomy. Study the bones, the muscles, the tissues, the blood, the dermis, the skin, right? The organs in the body, your kidneys, your liver, your pancreas, your colon, your large intestines, your small intestines, your gonads and ovaries, right? Your tonsils, your brain, your vertebrae, the radius and ulnar, the ulnus and the radius, right? The metacarpals and the phalanges. Your brain will start distributing neurotransmitter through the dendrites, and they're going to send neural signals or neural messages. That's why they call them neurotransmitters, because they're transmitting signals to other neurons in other locations in your body. And the first thing they say is like, oh shit, so-and-so is studying the body now. And it's an aspect of you, right? That's not you, it's your mind that has some autonomy over the physical anatomy. That's called your unconscious mind. And you operate with your unconscious mind. And what you're referring to as reality is an unconscious state. And we're going to get into that. But let's go through the three main axioms of antiquity that predate antiquity, right? This is from the ancient ancestors in the Papyrus of Ani. And that's know thyself. So you want to look at the aspects of who you are physically. Then you want to start looking at the aspects of who you are spiritually after that, right? It's going to lead you to it. Second, spend every day of your life preparing for the afterlife. For in doing so, you receive the keys to eternal life, right? You get the keys to eternal life. Next, you have to spend your days pouring your libations for those that have preceded you in death in the Valley of the Kings. These are the three main axioms that was left for you as an instruction manual in order to live your life with a sense of fulfillment so that you could go before the tribunal in the celestial courts. This is where the 42 laws of Mayat comes into play. And those are the instructions on how you should be living so that your unconscious mind, aka your physical heart, can be buried with your body, right? And I use that word Egypt loosely. I know that's all a lot of people understand Egypt, so I got to use that word. But for those that are aware with the funerary priests, because they did start the concepts of life after death. That's where that stuff come from. So when Christians, Muslims, and Jews be trying to tell you about, oh, it's a heaven, you're going to go to heaven and God's going to, man, they got all of that shit from Egypt. All of that came from Egypt. They the ones that started that life after death, burying the body. They didn't know about doing, the rest of the world didn't know about doing that. They those outside the Valley of the Kings, they used to eat the body. They like, shit, they dead. Okay, put him on the Barbie. It's time to eat. A lot of beings they didn't evolve that far. funerary priests, embalming. These are galactical travelers that we're talking about here. That's what you are. A lot of you. You're a galactical traveler. And when you look at the beings in the Happy Now Valley, and when they go through the funerary rites, they take certain parts out the body and place them in canopic jars. When they place these organs into the canopic jars, right, they put the brain, take the brain out, and put it in a canopic jar. They take out your liver and put it in a canopic jar. They take your lungs and put them in a jar. Your intestines, they take them out and put it in a canopic jar. They take out your stomach and put it in a canopic jar. And these particular deities that lord over those particular stations, they preserve these organs so that your etheric self can mimic these organs for you to utilize in the afterlife. It's one part that they don't put inside the canopic jar. Anybody know what that is? Anyone know? Put it in the comment section if you know what body organ does not go in a canopic jar or the copic jar. That's right, Kai. The heart. They don't put the heart in there. It's a reason being. And the reason why they don't put the heart in there is because it's a physical heart. It's the unconscious aspects of who you are. So you got a lot of people in the so-called conscious community saying, oh, we conscious. It's the conscious community, right? But this is an unconscious reality. And you're using the unconscious aspects of your mind to thrive in this reality. Because the unconscious aspects of the mind has autonomy over the body. Your consciousness sits in the psychic center called the brow chakra, right? Not the pineal gland. That's another misnomer that's being put out there by people, is that your pineal gland is the third eye. That's the evil one, putting it so they could throw you off. But see, I study the physical anatomy, and I know about the pituitary gland, right? And I know about the neuron activity in that area, because in front of the pituitary gland is the neocortex. The pituitary gland sits in front of the frontal lobe cortex. In front of that is the neocortex, and it's electromagnetic energy right there, right? They can't really tell you what that is, but that's your brow chakra. And when enough neural activity or neural transmitters and neuromelanin gathers in this area, what begins to happen is the pituitary gland becomes overstimulated and the brow chakra becomes open. And when the brow chakra opens up, your mind's eye comes out of there. And the mind's eye is your antenna. And that's also where you have sovereignty at. That's the conscious mind, is here. The unconscious mind is right here in your heart. That's why your heart beating so fast. Then the third compartment that the mind seats itself is in your bosom or your stomach. That's the subconscious mind. And we're going to go back up on the board and illustrate this again. I done put it up in several other videos, but I still got to drill you guys and keep going over this again and again until you have that eureka moment. So you can start operating from who you are spiritually. And when the spiritual body begins to take over the physical body, don't take over the body. All you had to do is allocate your higher heart, which is your spiritual heart, and allow it to seat itself in the unconscious mind. When that happens, now your conscious mind can put your higher senses online in this temporal reality. You follow? Some of you guys, you'd be like, man, I was just thinking this, or I was just thinking that. Or you'd be wondering, like, man, when the doc gonna go live? As soon as you said I'm live, right? That's an intuitive prompting that started, listen, from the moment that I woke up that AM. Also with you, from the moment that you woke up that AM. Those are intuitive promptings that's coming from your conscious self. And many people are not conscious of their conscious self. You're operating with your unconscious mind. And you think that you're this physical body. And many people will think that all of their life. They will. Until somebody hip them to it. And then, even when somebody hip you to it, you'd be like, no, I don't believe that. Because I read this right here. And it's like, no, certain stuff you shouldn't have to read. You have to discover on your own. And it's going to take some experience. It's going to take some action to gather that aspect of know-how, which is called wisdom. And today is Tehuti Thothday or Thursday. And that is the attribute of Tehuti, is wisdom. And where Tehuti resides on the chakra scale is right here in the throat. He lords over the throat and represents wisdom. And what happens is the information is coming from the mind's eye, which I just called the conscious mind. It's picking up the transmissions that's coming from the 13th chakra. We call that the galactical gateway. And the reason why it's called the galactical gateway is because your divine self sits in that seat and receives the transmissions that's being emitted out of the galactical core of your galaxy that you call the Milky Way. And it relays that transmission into the first eye, right? And from the first eye, it sends it through the pineal gland so that it could process the memory of what was retained from the higher self. And it stores it in the subconscious mind, right? Then it's relayed back through the unconscious mind into the conscious mind and back down into the throat chakra. Now, if you're not in alignment with yourself, you will miss those transmissions. A lot of people are starting to become aware of who they are. And they're misinterpreting these transmissions as what they are calling downloads. Those are not downloads you are receiving. Those are transmissions. Just like when you turn on the television and you turn to a program that's befitting to you, you're not downloading that program. You're picking up on the broadcasting signal. When it's not even you picking up on it, your television is, right? But let's use that allegory of the television and make that your brain. Your brain is the television, and the service provider is your mind's eye. You follow? Your brain is there to process those transmissions. And it's coming from you. Y'all give some credit to some invisible spook. Now y'all starting to turn the universe into that. You ain't even in tune with your galaxy. Every time I hear people talk about the universe, I listen for a minute and I wait for them to say galaxy, and they never do. I wait for them to talk about the sun, and they never do. I wait for them to bring up their dearly departed, or what you refer to as your ancestors. They never do. People like to go off into these sensationalized speculative zones of misunderstanding, which is radiologists we refer to as a false awareness. And when you're operating in a false awareness, you start exhibiting conjecture through the throat chakra. You follow? But we will have clarity. And I don't know how this works. I don't know if y'all need to tap the I want to say, hey, tap the screen. Let's get the likes. Let's get the likes up. All right. Yo, let's get the likes up and we'll get to it. Shouts out to Supreme Kai, Spazzo, the soul, uh, and whoever else in there. I can't see you. You want to be acknowledged? Tell me where you're hailing in from in the comments section, and I'll give you a salute while we're in monologue before we begin. All right. What's up, Tasha? Peace of love, beloved. The tech community in the building. Shouts out to the tech community. Like I said, it works on the thumb likes you get, not the hearts. Okay. Well, yeah, y'all like the video then. Like this shit. Like it, leave comments. And, I asked y'all to engage. Mother Eating Bird in the building. Okay, there you go. Jack Alyssa. Am I saying that right? Jack Alyssa Wesley out of Memphis, Town in the building. All right, right on. I'm glad I said your name correctly, Jack Alyssa. Look at that. She got Jackal in her name. That's Anubis, Anubu. Shouts out to the people in Memphis. See, I know where my tech community people from. I know where y'all are from. Shouts out to Indiana. Shouts out to Cincinnati. Shouts out to Georgia. Sending shots out there to the Bay Area. I know you ain't from the Bay, Keith, but that's where you reside. Okay. Yeah, but I just want to make people aware of, oh yeah, Shot Town. You stay in Shot Town? I thought you stayed in Indiana. Shouts out to Egypt. Yeah, so I just want to make people aware of we got to start touching on the mind, right? Yeah, 15 minutes east of Chicago. Yeah, shouts out to the Shot Town. Where my girl Angela at? Angela, I seen you come in here. Angela, she came in for a minute. I had to leave off and put it up on the Prism. The Prism allowed me to flip the camera around so I could put it up on the board. I don't know why YouTube don't do that. But yeah, shouts out to you guys. May the ancestors be with you. You guys got any questions? Any concerns? Anything you guys would like to cover? Yeah, I mean, it's stimulated. You're becoming aware of it. As y'all go through these things and start covering the body, your dream interface will become a lot more pertinent and lucid. It will become more engaging. You will start transcending time. Because we're breaking the time barriers now, and I got it pinned to the top of my page. Get you a piece of this Dream Tech, y'all. It's the Dream Tech Ultra. I'm going to take the regular Dream Tech down just so I know that people get a. I want y'all to really, really get on in there. And I'm telling you, everybody that got this thing, shit. It ain't nothing they can say about it. It ain't no, I think that those that are, you're not vibrating at that level. You're not studying your body. Right? When I focus on it, I was able to activate my pituitary and my crown and then move down my body. So I was able to Yeah, that's right on the soul. Yeah, because I take those promptings from my higher self, just like your body takes those promptings from you. Your body takes promptings from you. Y'all see all my hand movements and stuff like that? My unconscious mind has nothing to do with that. My conscious mind is making my arms move and all that. What my unconscious mind is doing is just pumping the heart through my blood. It's making sure that I breathe. It's making sure that the coffee I digested this morning is breaking down. It's making sure that the moringa that I consume is being distributed into the right areas, and the liver is absorbing the nutrition and the minerals and the vitamins and the potassium. All that stuff is going to its allocated areas where it's going to be most beneficial to the body. And when you sit there and read about the things that you're consuming, your neurotransmitters become educated on those things as well. And they send neural messages to the other locations in the body that will be receiving the minerals, the vitamins, and the nutrition from the things that we place in the body. So reading is very fundamental. You have to read. You have to study the physical anatomy. And I guarantee you, people that have a hard time remembering their dreams, they say that they can't dream, or they could start the dream and then it go away. You need to study the physical anatomy because your unconscious mind is overriding your conscious mind. I'll say that one more time. Your unconscious mind is overriding your conscious mind. It's doing more work than you are, and you're allowing it to. So it said, oh shit, you don't want to do nothing? Fuck it, let me take over. I want to be stimulated. I want some ice cream, nigga. Right? I just really want some ice cream. I really want some French fries. I really want some of this or some of that. Or whatever stimulant that has went into the body. It loves to be stimulated. That's the unconscious mind. It don't know no better. It's just doing everything to make the body work so that you don't have to focus on none of that. You're going to have to be a little bit more concise about that. So what do you mean? Could that have been an effect of the astral travel? Could what have been an effect? I don't want to speculate what you're talking about. But yeah, the unconscious mind. The unconscious mind will override the conscious mind. Many people struggle with meditation. That's because your unconscious mind is overriding you. You get down, you try to sit down and meditate. Like, I can't get comfortable. Oh, my back's starting to itch. That's your unconscious mind because the mind does not like to be observed. It doesn't. And when it see what you're trying to do, it's like, oh, okay, that's what you're trying to do. Your ears start itching. All type of shit start itching on your body because your unconscious mind has autonomy over the body. And it starts sending signals to the skin. So you will start itching to distract you, which operates through the conscious mind. And you're like, man, I can't get still. I hope I'm doing this right. You start second guessing yourself. That's what the unconscious mind wants you to do. And the unconscious mind is where the ego seats itself. That's where you develop and acquire a persona from. It's the unconscious mind. But the conscious mind is more in tune to your oversoul or your divine self. As I aforementioned, it sits up in the 13th seat. And you have to trust that connection more than you trust the connection with the unconscious mind. Because the unconscious mind works with your emotions, your desires, your thoughts, and it wants to encourage you to stay in the body. Once you start thinking, it's like, oh shit, you start going into a threshold where it's not capable of functioning. So when you start going into meditation, the unconscious mind gets aggravated because you are starting to go somewhere where it is not capable of going. Just like when you go off to sleep, or rest, you lay your body down at night. And some people say, I have a hard time sleeping. It's not that you have a hard time sleeping. It's that your unconscious mind has a hard time accepting the fact that you're going to leave your body for the evening. And it can't go to where you're going to. But when you come back into your body in the AM, it's checking the subconscious mind to see what was going on while you was out the body. Right? And when it's doing that, it assumes that that was a dream. And it tells you, oh, that's a dream. And you listen to it. You think that is you. That's the first way that the unconscious mind tricks you into thinking that you are it. Because as I said, that's where you develop your ego from. It's from the unconscious mind. Because it does have a task. It does have a job. Right? Okay, there she goes. Thank you, D. So she said, I was asking, could my astral travel and me awakening from it been the trigger to make my brow chakra vibrate? I was asking, could my astral traveling and me awakening from it been the trigger to make my brow chakra vibrate? No, your chakra's automatically vibrating already. You just becoming more aware, like I aforementioned, how I put the diagrams up and stuff like that and show you what's going on. Now you taking all of that in through the auditory cortex. That's getting stored in your subconscious mind. And now your neurotransmitters is becoming aware that you're becoming aware, and it knows what job it needs to do now. And now you're becoming more aware of that, right? And you're aware that your conscious is seated right here. And you caught that when you came back into your body, and you was like, oh shit, it's vibrating, right? And when you picking up on that vibration, it's you, not your body. That's you coming back into the body. Say, for instance, when I awaken the AM, I see my back. I see it's like I'm laying down. I see the back of my head on the pillow. I see my back and everything. Right before I wake up. If it's light outside. If it's dark outside, I can't really see it. But if it's some light, I can see my whole back. I see myself laying there. It's like I come up through the bed like this, and then I lay down with it. And then I integrate back into my body, and then I get up. You follow that? So that's what you starting to experience when you are picking up on those vibrations. Even sometimes when I go to sleep, especially when it's real silent and quiet, and the bed, you think that your bed be shaking. I know some of y'all have felt that before. You're like, oh man, the bed is shaking. No, that's not the bed shaking. That's you exiting the body. And you're aware of that aspect of yourself enough to where your oversoul is allowing you, right, to experience it at that level so that you can see that you're not the body. Because I'm going to keep drilling that to you guys. You are not the body and you are not the mind. You are not the body. You are not the mind. These are utilities that you utilize in order to do what now? Put it in the comment section. Right? These are utilities that you utilize in order to do what? Interface in this reality. That's what they are. Interface in this reality. You use the body and you use the mind to interface in this reality. And here we go again. I didn't even have to take it down. This is the new one. I'm going to keep this up here until someone asks the right question. The right question get asked, and we'll erase the board. Yeah, you was out your body. You starting to realize that you're not the body. And you coming back to the body. And see, your unconscious mind, your ego, it's aware of that. It's like, oh shit, she done left. It went to the subconscious mind and said, oh shit, it left with you. Right? This where you at. You up here. The social engineering program is designed to keep you below the brow century and keep you focused on your heart. That's why they always saying, open up your heart. Open up your heart. Open up your heart to Jesus. It's February. They start talking about love, romance. That's desire. You hear me? They want to keep you anchored in your body. They want your consciousness anchored into the body. But the consciousness operates in the brow chakra. This would be your heaven. This would be your earth. And this would be your proverbial hell. Not saying that that's what it is, but that's what the program is doing to your body. Right? So when you leave out your body, the ego, the unconscious mind, it can't go with you. It can't go. And it only got access to about 500 gigs of what's going on when you start astral traveling. Because when you start astral traveling, that means that you leaving your station that you reside in the spiritual universe and you traveling somewhere else. And when you wake up, you try to remember all of it. You're like, man, why you going and doing all that stuff? You remember everything that you're doing while you're doing it. In many cases, you will go to sleep, listen, in the spiritual universe. You will go to sleep in the spiritual universe and have a dream within a dream. I don't know if any of you guys have experienced things to that level. I'm almost sure you had. I could pick up on it, right? So when you come back to the body, the first thing to come back is your subconscious mind. When you come back, now the unconscious mind has developed the ego, which is your conscious self personified through the unconscious mind and the body. And it's wondering what you did. It wonder where you went. And you went to the spiritual universe. And while you were over there, the file for that astral travel or that night's rest, let's just call it 8 hours hypothetically, it had over 10,000 quantum terabytes of information in that file. And your awakened mind only got 500 gigs of RAM called random access memory. And there's nowhere to unpack a file that large. Don't you know how you would send a file somewhere? Said I woke up with a question so serious as to why my actions were what they were. I had to go sit in front of the ancestors to get an answer. Well, what was your question? Well, maybe you might want to keep that to yourself. That's what I assume, right? But you know how you will take let's just say the last live that I did, and you try to send it to somebody in a text message, and it say that the file is too large. Sometimes when it's way too large, it don't even give you an option to compress the file. And in some cases, it will compress the file and then send it anyway. And the person on the other end will try to open it up, and they'll say, oh man, I can't open up the file. It's too large. Tell me the source of the file so I could just look at it from the source, right? And when you tell that to your unconscious mind, it's incapable of going there. The same way that your body is incapable of going to the spiritual universe. And a lot of people are not aware of these things. Somebody got to put it, somebody has to put it out there. But it has to be someone that's well seasoned or well versed. And I've been on this path over 29 years. It'll be 29 years in May, right? I've been meditating the better half of 28 and a half years. That's how long I've been meditating. That's how long I've been astral traveling. Cognizantly, like I was aware of it. I was doing it all my life, but meaning when I was aware that I wasn't the body and I was proving it to myself. Because like I tell everybody in the community, it ain't about what you could prove to me. It ain't about what you could prove to the people in the community. It's about what you could prove to yourself. And what you can prove to yourself will start to enlighten you. You will become empowered by that enlightenment. And you can't help but to evolve from there. And what's overstood won't have to be spoken. You don't have to speak about it. You just automatically know. So when you awake, what you call awake in this realm, 90% of that is moving on autopilot. It's on autopilot. Remember, we talked about this. That's cruise control. You on cruise control. Just like when you're on the freeway. You take a long trip somewhere, you try to stay in cruise control, right? You don't want to go over the speed limit. Or you might go over the speed limit, but you don't want to go too far over so you don't get no ticket. But you don't want to put your foot on the brake either. You don't want to, you're giving your legs a rest. And you're moving on autopilot. And then all of a sudden, somebody come and cut you off, and then they slow down. And you try to weave over into the other lane, but now you can't weave over into the other lane because it's another car coming. So now you got to put your foot on the brake, and the car recalibrates itself and takes itself out of autopilot. So now you're not on autopilot no more. And you're like, oh shit, now I can't, now I just ain't got to steer the wheel. Now I got to put my foot on the gas. I got to put my foot on the brake. You know what I mean? Now I really got to be fully engaged in driving. I can't just let the car do what it was doing. That's why they built the Teslas, and the Tesla could drive for you. You know what I mean? You could catch to the settings, or it'll recalibrate itself to your settings. And you might want to, you might turn around in the car and get something out the back seat, and the car still driving straight. That's analogous to what your body is doing with the ego or the unconscious mind. And the conscious mind, with its interaction with this aspect of you, you have generated a persona. And that persona is comprised of your mother and father's characteristics and traits. This is why I tell you guys, there's 1/3 of you that's your mother, there's 1/3 of you that's your father, and then there's 1/3 of you that's not your mother or your father. That's you. And you have to be innately aware of this. And if you're aware of the self, right, by being aware of what you're not, more of who you are will start to present itself, right? and it'll start sending transmissions to the brow century. Because you got another chakra above the crown chakra, which is the sky chakra, right? You got the sky, you got the crown, and of course the brow, right? And then Tehuti, Thothday, you got the throat. So you're using the throat to communicate here on earth. When you go into the spiritual universe, you don't need to use your throat. Your throat is in your bed on your pillow. So you can't talk in your dreams. You really communicate in mind to mind. You project in mind to mind. I seen a being in my dream last night. That's he's a social media influencer. I don't know his full name. It's Speedy, the Speedy guy. Y'all heard of him? The Speedy individual. Yeah, I seen him in my dreamscape last night, and I just stood there and smiled at him. And he said, "Who are you?" And I said, "Hey, I'm your beloved brother, Dr. OrgoniteTEK, right?" Yeah, thank you, BaRuwty. I show speed there. That's him. He was fucked up because he's like, "Yo, man, how you talking to me like that?" He was like, how come your mouth ain't moving and you could talk? And I just kept smiling. He was like, man, how the hell you doing that? Hey, come back here. And I woke up. That was the last thing I remember, right? Before I woke up, because we was going through the gates of consciousness, right? And if y'all join the 1089 tech community, you could get access to that diagram, to the gates of consciousness. Because before you wake up, you go through something called the short dream state. And that short dream state is giving you a review of everything that the subconscious mind collected while you were in the dream realm, right? You start to see it. And I seen a video yesterday with I Show Speed. And I didn't watch that right before I went to bed either. That was something that happened earlier in the day. And I don't know why, but that popped up. And I just stood there and looked at him. And I said, hey, man, follow me on YouTube. That's what I told him. He said, who are you? And I told him who I was. I just smiled at him. And I said it I telepathically was speaking to that nigga. Had him fucked up. He was fucked up about this shit. Like, yo, hold on a minute, man. I got the fuck on his ass. And I woke up because I had shit I had to do. I like to catch the dark matter energy between 4, 5, and 6. Those are the hours when it's most prevalent and you can benefit the most from the hiccups that's available during that time. Even 3 o'clock in the morning. Some people call that the bewitching hour, right? Ali. That depends. That depends if they're in alignment with their conscious mind, right? If they operating from the conscious mind, they can access it. Then it depends on if they trust the capabilities of the subconscious mind, right? Who was that, BaRuwty? BaRuwty, who are you? You called me Ali. I know you know me, right? That depends. They got to trust its capabilities. If they're capable of trusting the capabilities, hey, man, it's on and popping. Sometimes people will come up to me and be like, oh, man, I seen you in my dream. I was just I was in line at the QT. And this dude kept staring at you. You know, he got 2 lines. The dude kept staring at me and shit. I'm like, yo, this nigga staring at me for. I look. I'm like, what's up? He was like, yo, man, I'm not trying to be fucking weird or nothing, but you was in my dream last night. I said, oh yeah? Said, you need to follow me on TikTok. See, now I'm on YouTube. I can say, hey, go to 1089 TV. Follow me on YouTube. But more people on YouTube than on TikTok that you come across. And you know, my SEO is starting to ascend. So I tell people to Google me. They be like, what's your name? I'll be like, Dr. Ray. And I pop right up. But sometimes I just say, look up BaRuwty. They're like, how you spell that? I tell them, they be like, damn. Oh shit, you got a large following. You a celebrity. I'm like, I ain't no, I don't consider myself to be a celebrity, even though I am celebrated by the people in my community. I don't, you know, whatever, man. I was like, hey, man, I'm your brother. Yeah, who was that, man, Samusa? Who are you? Who are you, Gotti? Bugatti? You done made me curious now. Y'all got any other questions? Yeah, come on, y'all got to take advantage of this YouTube because they not gonna block my live like TikTok do. It's not TikTok. I know y'all conditioned to like, oh man, he on TikTok. You know, he can't really say this. We could talk about whatever. We could talk about it. We could go there on here. You know, just when we was going into this stuff the other day on TikTok, they hurried up and got rid of the lie. See, they don't want you to transcend thinking because your ego can't. That's the barrier. That's the end or the outer fringes of what it's capable of doing. And when many people reach this zone of consciousness, the ego attempts to pull you back down. It tries to bring you back into the body. It don't want you doing nothing else outside of the range of what you could taste, hear, touch, see, or smell. When you start going beyond that limitation, your unconscious mind starts to it attempts to override the conscious mind. But it's up to you. You can't let your ego do that. And this is why I tell people to study the physical anatomy. If you study the physical anatomy, again, it'll send enough neurotransmitter, or the neurotransmitters will begin to collect enough messages or enough information to send to other parts of the body to let it know, like, no, man, calm down. And the unconscious mind will start calming down once you start meditating. That's how you get on the path to taming the unconscious mind. Because you give it a whole bunch of autonomy over your physical existence, whether you're aware of it or not. You don't control your blinking. You probably can control it for about 5 or 10 minutes. But after that, you're going to have to blink. You probably can hold your breath, but at some point, you got to let it go. And that restraint that you feel when you're holding your breath, that's your unconscious mind attempting to override the conscious mind from taking over its job. It's like, yo, what you doing? Why you trying not to breathe? And it's pushing against that resistance. And it's doing that just to protect you, right? That's the default setting of the unconscious mind. This is why many people operate in belief, in faith, because the unconscious mind can't fathom thinking. It can't, it's especially right thinking. You start thinking, it start getting you to second guess. It start getting you to third guess, called doubt. Right? And fourth guess, which is fear. So how do you control where you go when you astral travel? That's an excellent question. You don't control where you go. You determine where you're going to go, right? You determine. So if you, one time I went, I was studying planets and I went to another planet because before I went to sleep, I was saying, hey, I want to go here. 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 Right? I want to go to that planet and see what's going on there. I want to go to that planet and see what's going on there. And when I went to sleep, I woke up in my dream, right? Because that's when you truly awaken. That's when your conscious mind has full autonomy over the spiritual body, not the physical body, but that's how you're able to fly in your dreams. And I just started hovering at first, like on Dragon Ball Z. I was like this, just hovering. And people was looking at me like, look at that dude, he's flying. How you doing that? I wasn't paying their ass no attention. And I just shot off. And I went to this planet. And it didn't have a name for it. You know how the IRA or the URA, they always got these planets which just got a whole bunch of code words or whatever. And or code letters and numbers. And when I got there, that shit was full of ants. And I mean, the ants was about the size of humans. And they was like moving around in waves. And I was like, dang. And I could feel, I could almost taste without tasting the type of air that was in the atmosphere or whatever. And they couldn't touch me because they was going on in the physical universe, but I was observing it from the spiritual universe. And I was highly aware that's what's going on. Right? So you got to have a destination in mind. Like sometimes I'll visit my dearly departed that's in the lower ends of the spectrum of the spiritual universe. And many of them, I have relocated them to my childhood home. So those that are disbanded and that are just coming out the stations of limbo, many of them stay in my childhood home. So I return to my childhood block, right? I got that stored in my subconscious mind. It's an easy reference. It's an on-world reference point for me to go to. You follow what I'm saying? But that's how you determine. You don't control. You're already in control. You just determine where you want to go. Just like you do with your GPS, right? You don't turn the GPS on and just it do got that option where it's just on and it's showing where you at. But until you put a destination in place, it doesn't draw out a guiding map to the location or to the destination that you're seeking you're seeking to get to. But I hope that answered your question, DeSoul. Yeah. Anybody else? Any other questions? Come on, y'all, take advantage of it. I can't talk like this on TikTok. They say I go against their community guidelines. People like to see the board. Let me put the board back up there. Yeah, so exactly. It's about intention. What you intend to do, where you intend to go. Especially like during the thinning of the veil. They call that the Day of the Dead in Mexico. Right? That's the biggest uh celebration that they have in Mexico. It's the Day of the Dead. And many people not aware why they put the skulls on their face, or they paint a skull on their face. That's because between October the 29th and November the 3rd, the veil between the two dimensions is the most thinnest. And when you go to sleep at nighttime, you could see your dearly departed. So during that time of the year, I get very excited because for those that I have lost physically in this dimension, I know I can visit them, right? Especially my mother. That's the first person I go see is Mom Dula. I see Mom Dukes. I go see my granddaddy and my grandmama. Some of my homies. Some of them will come to me because they know that the veil is thin and they can interact with you there. Many of them want to get access back to this dimension. But the only way that they can get that type of access is you have to have an altar. Your altar is like a gateway for those that have departed to make way back into this dimension. But you also have to remember that they're vibrating a lot faster than you while you're in your body. We look like standing still portraits to them. That's how fast they're vibrating. And that's how fast you vibrate once you exit out your body and go to sleep at night. You hear me? So for all my astral travelers out there, if you lost someone that you love dearly and you want to see them again, look forward to October the 29th. Look forward to October the 29th to November the 3rd. That's when the veil is the thinnest. You want to make sure that you're not eating a lot of food during that time. Keep your abdominal brain clear. This way you can retain the memory of the experience a lot better. See, opposites attract and same repels in electromagnetism. So when trying to materialize, how would you configure your intentions to be the proper opposite to attract what you want? Man, that's just way too much. You ain't had to say all that. Just ask your question. How would you configure your intentions to be the proper opposite? I don't know what you mean. You might be overthinking this, Supreme Kai. Because you don't try to materialize. You just materialize. Ask the question in another way. Ask the question like I'm in the 4th grade. That's how I want y'all to ask y'all questions. Because the clearer your question is, the clearer my response or my answer can be for you. But that shit was all over the place. You started off with opposites attracts and same repels, right? Really, opposites repel and the same attracts. So that's a false awareness when they tell y'all opposites attract, right? Opposites repel. If you smell clean and you wash your ass every day, you don't want to sit next to somebody that ain't washed their clothes in a month and they ain't washed their ass in a month. You're gonna be repelled by that person. Can electromagnetism be used in materialization? Yo, you just answered your own question, right? You just answered your own question, beloved. Again. Uh-oh. Here we go. Electricity, magnetism, molecules, and atoms. That's what this dimension is made out of. You are a soul. When the soul vibrates at its lowest frequency, the residue of the soul becomes ether. When the ether vibrates to its lowest frequency, the residue of the ether, listen, becomes spirit. When the spirit vibrates at its lowest frequency, the residue of the spirit becomes electromagnetic, right? And then you cross through this particular plane called middle C, 432 hertz. Some refer to that as the Schumann resonance, right? And then you materialize through the crown chakra of your father. You go down the thoracic vertebrae of your father from the higher dantian, which is right there in the back of the neck by the medulla oblongata, and you go down into the coccyx bone, which is the lower dantian, and you rest in the gonads, and you come out, right? That's how that go. So everything that materializes is made of the same substances. Everything has the same, has electromagnetism to it. Even this stick. When you put it up under a microscope, you're going to see a bunch of electricity, magnetism, molecules, and atoms, making it appear like this. You follow? But you pretty much answered your own question. Oh, man. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, Temple. This is called Q&A with Dr. Ray. Right now, we're talking about the 3 tiers or the 3 stations in the body that the mind seats itself. That's what we've been going over. And many people don't realize that we're operating from we're using the unconscious aspects of the mind while we're awake. The unconscious mind, which they say that you're conscious while you're awake, but really you're unconscious, or your body is forcing you to live in the unconscious realm. You don't become conscious until you go to sleep. And that's where we were at in the build, Ace. But this is Q&A with Dr. Ray. If you have any questions, regarding anything, over, under, or within the sun, under, over, or within the planet, over or under within the body, on world, off world, or into the afterlife. I cover several dimensions. I am a teacher of Raynology, which is a degree of Ray off of the foundations of Nawabu, our science, which is sound right reasoning. You're welcome, beloved. So I know I can fall asleep with the intention to travel to a place, but I unintentionally travel to nouns that have left me uneasy or with unanswered questions. Will having an intention stop that? Yes. See, the first thing you got to do, the soul, that's an excellent question, is you got to trust, right? You got to trust the power of your conscious mind. See, the unconscious mind, all our life, it be trying to override us because it's pretty much trying to protect us, or it's attempting to protect us. Like the first time I did a front flip off of the garage, I did that consciously, right? I got up there and I stood on the edge, and my unconscious mind was saying, don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to break the bone. Now I'm going to have to try to heal your ass. And it was telling me all that shit. But I was like, no, I'm about to do this shit. And because it was a bunch of snow outside. So I knew I wasn't going to break nothing. The snow was going to break my fall. We had 4 feet of snow this time up in Detroit, Michigan. This years ago, I was a child. And me and my buddies, we was all outside just flipping off of shit. Because we knew that we had something to break our fall. But your conscious mind, or the unconscious mind, which y'all keep calling the conscious mind, that's the unconscious mind. It operates on autopilot, right? And 90% of the stuff that you're doing is going on autopilot. That's right, Ace. The unconscious mind is stronger than the conscious mind while you awake. Now, in order for the mind to override, or the conscious mind to override the unconscious mind, you have to start meditating. Meditating is highly essential. So when you start meditating, you can tame the unconscious mind. Because your unconscious mind is familiar with you, and the persona, which ends up being your ego, which we turned that into an acronym, the electromagnetic generated organism, right? And so our persona, our personality, we get that from our mothers and fathers. Because there's 1/3 of you that's your mother, there's 1/3 of you that's your father, and then there's 1/3 of you that's not your mother or your father, that's you. And we operate from that aspect of ourselves when we're children, right? That's right, Ace. See, while we children, when you were 6 months in that walker, right, you was absorbing the information. That's how you were learning. Nobody taught you how to see. Nobody taught you how to hear. Nobody taught you how to taste. Nobody taught you how to smell. No one taught you how to touch. You just did those things. No one taught you how to speak this language. You picked up on that. The second they start sending you to preschool and kindergarten, now you're getting indoctrinated. It took you away from you. And now you started operating from the 2/3 that's your mother and your father, instead of operating from the conscious mind. If we didn't put children in school and just allow them to just learn, they would catch on a lot faster, and they will accelerate and discover things that will be solution-based resolutions to the conundrums that we deal with in day-to-day life, because they'll still be absorbing information instead of being conditioned and trained to operate with the unconscious mind. See, when we operating in the unconscious mind, it's easier to program you. It's easier to control the conscious mind if you're operating in the unconscious seat of this reality, which is seated in our heart plexus, right? So when you go to sleep at night, that's when it's on, right? That's when the conscious mind takes over. Yeah. So we showed you through the eye of Hiru, which represents the 6 senses, or as I got it wrote here, 5 + 1 sense, right? So the unconscious mind controls your nose, your eyes, what we touch, the taste, that's the tongue, and on the outer side of the ear, of the eye is the ear. On the inner side of the eye is the nose, and the brow, which is also represented as the brow century or the brow chakra, that represents our thinking. That's the 6th sense. Our unconscious mind, this is the ceiling of the unconscious mind. It's thinking. And it don't want you to traverse past thinking. I was telling a lot of my students, in order for you to work with these higher senses, right, which are active in the conscious mind, you have to transcend thinking. While you're attempting to transcend thinking, your unconscious mind is getting you to second guess yourself. It's getting you to doubt yourself. This is why we talk about listening to the first mind. I'm sure you guys have heard it before and said it before. Like, damn, I should have listened to my first mind. That was your intuition. Your intuition would tell, like, hey man, don't go over there, man. Don't go over there. Don't you go to that weed house. Don't go there today, dog. I know you really want to get that gas, but not today. And you go over there to go get that gas, and here come the jack boys. And they catch you in the midst of being over there. and you get hit upside the head with the damn yapper. You like, damn, I just came to get me a bag of smoke. Right? But you was like, damn, why they had you on the ground? He said, that's why you spray cologne and you go to sleep. The smell make you dream about the places that you smell. Yeah, you know, your sense of smell, yeah, that's a good aspect to look at it. See, when you smell it, your sense of smell is closer to your subconscious mind. That's the one thing that you can utilize to get into your memory. You can use that like a portal into your subconscious mind, especially when you're about to go to sleep. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah. But see, all that's in the subconscious mind. That's the Is that the first gate? No, that's the second gate that you go through. You go through 9 gates uh, of consciousness when you leave what they call the sleep state, which is really taking you through these gates. The first one is sleep. The second one is short dream state, which is everything from your subconscious mind being presented to you. And then you have what's called the eye movement state, then the walking and talking state. Yeah, gotta have them incense. Incense, Palo Santo. Y'all know I'm always talking about that Palo Santo. Burn your Palo Santo. Man, I felt so bad the other day. I ain't had no sandalwood. I ain't had no patchouli. I was pissed at myself too, because I went to the grocery store and I didn't grab none of that stuff. I was like, man, what was I thinking? I had ran out of candles. And I was like, man, I found some candles. I was so excited that I found some candles, I forgot to get my incense. Right? But I always burn incense every night, Palo Santo, some white sage, some patchouli. Yeah, that set the stage. That's what that does for you, Kai. And shouts out to that brother Ace. I don't know if that's Ace Iba. That's right, nature's first. Exactly. All of that's in your subconscious mind, right? And it'll send that signal, uh, it'll send that signal to the brain, or that neurotransmitter will send a neural message to the neurotransmitters in your brain, and they'll transmit that message back to the body. Got to do my candles. Any other questions? Yaun yani tiru 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 yaun yani tiru. So what's a good plant to pour your libations that you won't drown? Man, I like the money trees, aloe vera. You're gonna end up drowning a tree if you pouring your libations every day. But any tree or any plant, excuse me. Tips on the left and right brain cohabitation. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get to your question about the left and the right brain. Hold on 1 second. Uh, no, it's a PDF. That's a PDF download. Yeah, you got to download it, loved one. Okay, let me get back to that question. Jackalissa, he said, tips on left and right brain cohabitation manifestation. You're going to have to be a little bit more clearer about that. Do you pour your libation into your plant daily or do you move it around? Man, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plants in my house. So during the course of the week, all of my plants is going to get water. Right? Shouts out to Dia Oz. I forgot I got that little plant from her. But when I got just a little bit left, I pour that into there. So I hit every plant. Matter of fact, I got 9. I forgot about this one. So I got enough plants in here. You hear me? When you're talking about the left and the right brain, sis, you know, one side of your brain deals with the mathematics, and another end of your brain deals with words, right? One end deals with words, one deals with mathematics. One end of your brain deals with waves, the other end of your brain deals with particles. So when you're talking about manifestation, right? Man is an infestation to nature. We like to say materialization. And when it comes to materialization, just like I just told Supreme Kai, everything has electricity, magnetism, molecules, and atoms. All atoms have protons, electrons, and neutrons. When you remove the protons out of an atom, it starts to give you ions, which link you to plasma. Plasma is like the spirit you. That's what transfigurates over in your blood. And that takes an etheric frequency. So you're dealing with a gas. And that gas comes from the mental state. Everything that you see in this reality, it first started off on the mental plane. So any thought that you're thinking, right, and you're trying to materialize something, you should join our community. We have something called Money Making Mondays, right? Money Making Mondays. And since we started doing that, it's been about a little over 2 years now. People have acquired over 200K. That might not seem like a lot to some of you big ballers, but this is just all based off of mind repetition techniques, right? Like using Gregory Grabavoy codes, burning cinnamon, right? Saying certain affirmations, but you have to be consistent with it. You know, that's the one thing that is constant in the universe. It's constant. Constants is what makes the universe function. So whatever you're doing consistently and repetitiously, that takes you into something that I call the sequential path of mastery, right? That's inside the 1089 manual book that the brother Nature First just got, right? You got to download that. That's a PDF, Nature's First Initiative. If you do something 19 times in a row, it gets recorded to your conscious memory, to your awakened memory. You do it 38 times, it gets stored in your subconscious mind. If you do it 57 times, it gets crystallized in your consciousness. If you do it 76 times, it starts to leave an imprint in this reality. I.e., you will start seeing it on the bus. You know, i.e., you will start seeing it on billboards. I.e., you will start seeing it on people's t-shirts, whatever it is that you doing repetitiously. You're like, damn, I just keep seeing this shit everywhere. Because you didn't repetitiously put it out there in the proverbial universe, what they call in the universe, that's existence. Existence is responding to you and letting you know that, yeah, I hear you. You know how AY heard Jake in Avatar? AY heard you, right? That's what happened with you. By the time you do it 95 times, now you're on the precipice of mastering that thing. When you get to 114 times, now you on the master level. Once you get to 133 times, you done mastered that shit. So how much time does it take to control your thought in your routine? The trick, hold on, let me look at the other question before that. I asked because I know chemically sage reacts to negative ions in the air by dropping them to the ground. So are those negative ions the person or an entity with the person? No, negative ions actually are more, they're better than positive ions. Positive ions give off radiation. Negative ions promote electrolytes and plasma. He said, now I understand why the monster. Exactly. Because they keep their mind in check. They keep the unconscious mind in check. Right? Something y'all can look out. I told a lot of the people in our community this. Go watch the movie Golden Child. If you haven't seen Golden Child before, for the Gen Zers and the millennials, go watch Golden Child. And for y'all that's from Generation X and before, y'all know about the Golden Child. But you probably haven't watched it in a long time. Watch that shit again. You're going to be like, damn, I ain't seen none of this shit. But in the Golden Child, the little Tibetan boy, he was eating it. He had these little leaves that he was eating. And that's all he was eating. He didn't drink nothing. A nut they had caged him. The demon had caged him in this little cage. And he had these little leaves he was eating from a plant. And it sustained him because his unconscious mind was not overrun. They thought that they could starve him to death and shit. But that didn't work. But how much time do you take to control your thoughts and your routine? See, the whole thing, beloved, is you don't want to control. See, the unconscious mind is trying to get you to control things. You want it to run on autopilot. You feel me? So if you keep doing a routine every day, like look at me with this candle in my hand. I'm up here teaching y'all. The candle on my altar then went out, and I'm over here teaching y'all, but I'm still attending to my altar. I attend to my altar every day. That's how I start my day off, pouring libations. I make a cup of coffee every day for my altar. I pour the libations of that coffee out in the grass every day. I don't, when you got a routine is just another way of saying ritual. A ritual is a more sexy way to say routine. Just like you get up in the morning and you brush your teeth, you wash your ass, right? And you put your clothes on, right? That's a routine. You want to integrate something into your routines that transcend that. So people that, like how you just said it, you're being called the ritual, Ace, if you haven't been already. You know what I mean? So when you answer the call to ritual, your oversoul is calling for this because the routines that you're already doing, they kind of stale. It's too simple. You need to do something a little bit deeper than that. and you can feel it innately. Like, damn, man, I don't feel like I'm doing enough. Most people just get up in the morning, they grab their phone before they even wash their ass. You know what I mean? I get up, I let my binaural keep playing, and I go pour my libations. I light an incense, I put it up there, I grab the chalice off my altar, and I start pouring my libations while the coffee is perforating, because I'm going to put a new fresh cup of coffee up there. The other day, my mate, I could hear her saying it. She was like, damn, this nigga went just to go get some coffee. My money was kind of funny because of my bank account. I had some shit going on with my bank. So I had to use my PayPal. I ain't had much money in there. And I told my girl, I was like, yo, go get me some candles, go get me some water. And she did it too. She was like, man, you care more. I could hear her she was saying it under her breath. She was like, damn, this nigga care more about what's going on at his altar than his own self. Yeah, you damn right. Because without that, I got to stick to my routine. I'm dedicated. I'm devoted. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let nothing waver from it. I'm going to think about them before I think about myself. Because they thought about me before I thought about myself. So I'm just showing that same reciprocity. And everything ended up working out for not just me, but everybody in my household. Right? So it's just staying consistent, beloved. That's a sequential path of mastery. That's talked about in the 1089 manual. That's available on the website or on the TikTok and in my playlist. Go look at my playlist. For all you guys that want to learn techniques of materialization, it's all laid out in the playlist on my page. It's 4 videos. The sequential path of mastery. Watch those 4 videos and you will get a framework on how to do that. So how do you know if your chakras are balanced? You're going to know if they're balanced because synchronicities is going to be lining up for you consistently. You're going to get consistent with rapidity, right? Like my chakras are in alignment. I'll say something, and when it be 222 or 111, I'll say something right on point. I don't be trying that. Somebody always tell me in the comment section, like, yo, it's 111. And I'll be saying something very essential right at that time. I had to cough up some phlegm the other day. I was sitting on the couch, typing away. I jumped up and I said, let me just open up the door. Because I was going to see if my cat was out there. I opened up the door, and the second I opened up the door, the Amazon man was walking up. He was like, damn, here you go. Stuff go like that. You know what I mean? Thank you, Ace. I appreciate you, beloved. Got somebody over there in Lebanon. Shouts out to Lebanon. Any other questions? Okay. I was wondering because, but those are ways that, also, I know y'all don't follow me on TikTok. If you follow me on TikTok and check out my playlist, I'm going to upload that playlist next about the conditions of the chakras. Because there's symptoms in the chakras that show if it's off. I got a new short up there on my shorts, and I talk about the root chakra. I'm going to use the root chakra as an example for you, Jack Alyssa. And you know when the root chakra is imbalanced because you're gonna always think you don't have enough. You're gonna start hoarding. You're gonna have way more than you actually need. You hear me? You might have had sex 3 times that week, but you want to have sex 12 times that week. These are subtle indicators that the root chakra is off, right? Other signs that the root chakra is off is you always afraid of shit. If you over afraid and over anxious, these are subtle signs that the root chakra is not balanced. Ain't nothing wrong with being in survival mode sometimes, but if you always in survival mode, that means that your root chakra is off. You know what I'm saying? Your root chakra is off. You always operating from a fear-based reality, your root chakra is imbalanced. And that's something that needs to be paid attention to. When is your root chakra in alignment? You know, you're going to know it because you might eat just once a day. That keeps the temperament of that root chakra flowing in the right direction. And when you guys come out to seminar, come out to these events, I'll be telling people come out to these events because I go ahead and troubleshoot it for you with my staff. And this staff has all the crystals just in this unk right here. I got all 9 chakras in this unk, right? And this unk is like a conduit to project the hiccups that I put on people and to get all your chakras spinning in the right direction. You know what I mean? I even got the inner chakras all here on the end of the staff. And I use different crystals that stimulate the chakras. Like this one has obsidian. Oh, excuse me. That it is obsidian. This one has mahogany. That's a mahogany obsidian, pyrite, peridot, aquamarine, showerite for the brow chakra, and shungite for the crown, right? And it gets those chakras spinning in the right direction. I got the selenite on there for the sky chakra. And people get them chakras spinning in the right direction, and they start experiencing synchronicity like never before. Same thing when they put my tech around their neck. That shit gonna bring you into alignment. Everything that I make, I endow it with certain hikkas, right? Certain words of power and sequence of power to accelerate the consciousness in the crystal. And I program the crystals to work with whatever specific chakra. That's why I tell people when I show them the devices, like, they be like, which one should I get? I be like, yo, whatever one you feel most drawn to, that's the one you should get. And I'm 1,000 for 1,000 with that method as far as telling people, because I ain't really telling you. I leave it up to others. Like, yo, whatever you feel most drawn to. They be like, I'm most drawn to that one. I like, get it. They be like, tell me the properties of the stone. I tell it to them. They be like, damn, that's exactly what I needed. How did you know that? They like, I didn't know that. You knew that. The conscious you knew that. It's just most time people they're not operating from their conscious mind. They're operating from the unconscious mind. And they're not aware of that. They're not made aware of that. And it's not their fault total. You know, like I always say, you got to have a teacher. You have to have a guide. You need an instructor, an advisor, or a mentor. Someone that's seasoned, right? Make sure they got 20 years or better in that field. Don't get with somebody that's just been doing, I've been doing it about 5 years. I've been doing it about 10 years. No, don't listen to them. They still in the learning phase. Because before I became a teacher, I spent the first 7 years of my journey learning, being corrected, right? Being prepped and groomed and refined to teach. Within that 7 years, people was like, yeah, now you're ready to teach. I still didn't teach. I took another 7 years and I read, researched, and reviewed everything that I had already covered. And I did, at the end of them 7 years, I did an exorcism on my own self to purge out the quintuplicated ethers in my body. That way I would be clear on teaching people, and I wouldn't allow my lustful nature to get in the way of teaching a woman. And I wouldn't allow, somebody, just because we cool or we friends, I wouldn't let that override the fact that I need to be teaching with my homies, right? So I tell my homies something, and I won't allow the fact that I know him or her in some cases, like no, that shit don't supersede what I'm telling you. Am I teaching you right now? I used to ask a lot of my people, like, am I teaching you right now? You asked me as a friend. So I know which to turn that on or off. So I've been on this path over 29 years. It's 29 years in May. And half of that time I've been teaching. The other half I've been learning, reading, researching, and reviewing. But my first 7 years, I spent that whole time being corrected, right? And you can't be correct until you're incorrect. You can't be right until you're wrong first. Right? And I ain't mind being corrected. Brothers was, I'm a Nuabia. I'm Nuwapian, right? Our science is Nuwabu. That's a science. And that's why I could stand up here confidently before people and tell them to ask questions. Because it's going to go through a Nuwabu filter, or a filter of Nuwabu, which is the science of sound right reasoning. And within the ability to pick up sound or resonance, I'm going to reason with that sound. And if it doesn't sound right, I'm going to question it. And if it can't stand up to the questioning, then I'm going to discard it, or I'm going to do further research and continue to scrutinize it, or I know that it's a distraction, it's off, and I'll go to the next thing, right? And I perfected that science. I am a 9-ether Nuwapic scientist, as is stated on my Instagram page. You can't go to Harvard and get a certificate in that. You had to get initiated into certain orders or fraternities, which are no longer available. I think the AEO is still available, but those are the prerequisites, to obtaining those degrees of application. Imhotep, Mayat, yeah, Mayat Hotep, Imhotep. All right, look at there. It's 110 when she said that. It's about to be 111. I'm going to call out the 99 Netaru. That's a sign that I need to do that. You guys can join me if you want to. Just give me a few minutes here, and we're going to call out the 99 Netaru. I always do that when we reach sequential numbers like 111 or 222. Abdul Kul Tafalat. Wabazun be about Muel Kulu. Who partner to that? Minu Nut Shehu Kawun Ilabihu. Atumre. Nu Nunet. He het. Kek he kek Amun Amunet. Atum Shu Tefnut Geb Nut Oset Osaru. Neptet Satuk Haru Happy Anquid Anti Nefertum. Mantu Bepti Sekmet Het Har Bes Bata Bas Amhotep. Hu Mihert Kefri Meskehenit Raet Kintamintu. Hika Neef Mayat Renintat Shah Sishat Mafdat Sobek Anubu. Kanum Kansu Tanin. Sia Hikat Amsu Sarapi. Atumre. Tehuti. Taret Selket Ha Nehebka Sokar Bait. Akir Anihirit Wabwawit. Siket Hitet Maresgir. Sia Getit Astinu Buhutit. Kanemtet Minket Him Madudi Kabasinu Duamutet. Merit Ura Edu Nikebit. Siket Anuket Jet Tim Ua Uis Anku Aknu. Sati Sekti Imta'a. Ninna Imuet Imseti. Kimamu. Reshef Mary. Amunre. For the sake of all. Kawu. Bean. Uamana. Uamana Usara. All right, you guys. Yeah, that's how we get out. Every 111, we do that. Or 222, whatever. When I see that when that sister said Mayat Hotep, my oversoul was like, check the time. It was 110. I was like, right on time. That's the implication right there, sis. And you in tune. Mm-hmm. You're on the right track, Miss Memphis. Anybody else? Any other questions? Asheo, Ola Dumare. Any other questions, you guys? Come join us in Atlanta. We have 2 events. One on March 7th, Raynology 102. Discover the scientific arrhythmic biological studies of raynology, as we show you how everything is integrated into the unconscious mind. On March the 8th, we will be going through the science of the Netaru, and we are currently in Het Hiru. For everyone that's been coming to the spiritual app series, we dealt with the Aya Sekhmet, right? We dealt with Sekhmet part 2. Now we're going into Het Hiru. Said, in meditation, do colors mean anything? I see a royal blue, a purple spinning light. Yes, that means that you're dealing with your brow chakra, right? That's what we've been talking about. That's what drew you here. And the purple was in the crown, right? So you're seeing the resonance of that from your mind's eye. So you should be seeing blue. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You tapping in, brother. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Say, what is the process of getting the subconscious and the consciousness to know I am not the body? You got to study the body. You may have just came in here late. That's one of the first things. That's the first gate of radiology. Study biology. Because as you start studying, listen, as you start studying about your hands and the metacarpals and the phalanges in the fingers and the nerves that's in the fingers, your brain is going to project, or the dendrites in your brain is going to send neurotransmitters that send out neural messages to the hand to let the hand know that you are where you're studying the body. You're not studying yourself, you're studying the body. So these are some of the first indicators. That's why I always tell people to start studying the body. Many immortal ask me, like, hey, where should I start? What book should I read? I'll be like, yo, a dictionary and a biology book. I tell people, especially if you speak English, if all you know is English, you need to be studying a dictionary. Right? Words have power. Know their meaning. 2, you want to study biology. Biology is not a belief system. Biology is it's nothing to argue about in biology. Shouts out to my man in Lebanon. The guy that's in Lebanon, if I start talking about the liver and the lungs and the kidneys and the colon, there's nothing to argue about. The person in Lebanon could talk to a brother in Texas. The person in Texas could talk to somebody in Venezuela, and we all come to the same conclusion with speaking 3 different languages. Right? If we get the little transliterator in our ear, we all have it won't be nothing to argue about, right? No conflict can arise outside of you or within you when you start studying biology. So start there, right? Because the subconscious mind or the unconscious it's there to control your body. It's on autopilot. That's why your body on autopilot. Because your unconscious mind is taking care of the body for you while you're focused on your focal points through your conscious mind, right? And you can override that autopilot. I was giving this example earlier of like when you're in a car and you got the car in cruise control, right? And you may be driving you might have a 7-hour journey. You're going to do your best to keep that car in cruise control. All of a sudden, somebody jump in front of you, and now you got to put your foot on the brake. You was giving your legs a break, but now you got to put your foot on the brake because somebody didn't jump in front of you. You know what I mean? You got to readjust the wheel. You follow what I'm saying? That's how it is with your body while you're awake. Because 90% of what we do is on autopilot. The other 10% is being governed by you. However, the programs that we've been conditioned to accept are programming us to stay in the unconscious field of the body, which is the ego. And ego is an acronym, electromagnetic generated organism. And that is not you. And I tell all of my students and my pupils, you are not the body and you are not the mind. These are utilities that you utilize in order to do what, you guys? Somebody put it in the comment section. You are not the body and you are not the mind. These are utilities that you utilize in order to do what? Somebody say it. I want to see who's been paying attention. Badora. That's right. To interface in this reality. To interface in the reality. I'll accept that though. That's right. There go DI. What's up, DD? It's to interface in this reality. And shouts out to TikTok, because they confirmed I knew what I was talking about. I started talking about this the other day on TikTok. They went, his hurry, they blocked that live. They blocked me. my live went away. I was like, damn. So we went to my backup page, and we went on the backup page. They gave me a violation strike. I'm like, damn, why I get a strike for it? It says your live won't be visible to any more viewers for 10 minutes. They put me on a 10-minute timeout. And I said, you know what? Let me just go to YouTube. Right? The social engineering program wants you to be in your body. It don't want you to be operating with your conscious mind. It wants you to be operating on an unconscious level. Right? Right on, right on. Any other questions? I hope that answers your question for the being. I'm not really familiar with you. What'd that say? I don't know what that says, but I hope that answers your question, beloved. Oh, that's Big Boy. Oh, what's up, Big Boy? I didn't know that was you. Of course I didn't know it was you. Shouts out to Big Boy. That's a tech community member. I hope that answers your question, beloved. Trying not to pour too much oil in these candles, man. That BaRuwty oil is powerful, man. You welcome, beloved. You welcome. Yeah, that BaRuwty is powerful. I gotta give y'all that disclaimer. Just put a couple of drops in your candles. Don't put more than a couple of drops. It will burn your altar. Because the frequency, this oil is very high vibrational. And it got segment signature all on it. It's gonna be overwhelming, especially this new batch. Like it's overwhelming. Overwhelming. My 7-day candles is lasting 89 days. They be still lit up at the bottom, refusing to go out. I got one that just went out. That's why I went and grabbed my candles. One of them my last candle just went out. It was holding on. I was like, dang, these mugs still going? I went and got, I went and got these candles the day before yesterday, thinking that they was gonna go out. They still lasted a whole nother day, right? So it do help to put it inside of the candle, but just don't do it too much, right? Sometimes I put it in my hands and I just do it like that and charge my candles. And it's still like it started burning a hole through the altar. I told y'all that before, but yo, I'm gonna perfect this oil. I done got the smell down, and now the energy is booming through it. And I'm gonna perfect the smell. I haven't perfected the smell, but I got it down pat. It smells very good. Mm. Man, it just smells good. Put some more on. Yeah. Any other questions? Jack Alyssa? Any of the new souls? Nature first. Any other questions? Yeah, you know, the YouTube is all right. I like this YouTube. Especially now that I could turn the camera on. That was my only discouragement. You know, shouts out to Supreme Kai for giving me that antidote. Yeah, go ahead, nature. Go ahead, loved one. Said the crown chakra stone. Crown chakra stone is amethyst. If you go to my website, 1089techvision.com is pinned to the top of the page, and go to crystals and properties. I give a list of stones. It's a list of videos up there that you can refer to, and I tell you about the healing properties and all those crystals. I got a couple of them posted on my shorts, but yeah, the crown chakra, that's amethyst, selenite, scosalite. Those are like crown like chakra crystals that work with the crown chakra. Those are easier. Those are easy obtainable stones. Also, labradorite. Labradorite works good with the crown as well. I shall. What's your question, Nature? I've been doing offerings for 2 years, once every 10 days. I had a reading done, and my granny was like, she don't want no motherfucking fruit. So I got the cake. She like, there anything you don't give your ancestors? uh, don't put salt on your altar. I assume you got an altar. Don't put salt on it. No salt. Make them a hot plate on Sundays. You hear me? Make them a hot plate. When she telling you I don't want no damn fruit, that means she want her whatever meal. You know what meal she like. You know what meal she like. So start making her meal and start interfacing with her more. Right? You need to be interfacing with her every day, and you shouldn't be making no plate every 10 days. You gotta. You said you've been doing it for 2 years. Man, you need to be having a plate of food up there every other day. I don't know how you work with your altar and stuff like that, but that's just an example for those that uh that haven't taken my discourse. I cover all of that stuff and put everything in its appropriate context for you. Yeah. So when you got that reading, that was really your grandmother guiding you to have that reading, just so she could tell you that. See, that's just the first way I was taught. Yeah, what you learn that from YouTube? Because 10 days, that's a long ass time to leave something on your altar. Yeah, you shouldn't leave fruit on your altar more than 7 days. After that, make your offerings. Take those offerings and find you a tree or find you a corner in your yard if you stay in a home, and deposit your offerings there and do that consistently. See, it's all about consistency, right? And developing a routine that will evolve into a ritual, right? You don't let nothing get in the way of your rituals. You know, your dearly departed, they need that energy to protect you, especially if they haven't been powered up. And I ain't talking about just somebody that you didn't interface with. I'm talking about your grandmother's grandmother. She may not have been venerated ever. And she might be the matriarch overlooking the bloodline. And she needs some energy deposited into her. She needs her stories to be told. She needs her images to be kept up. So some people don't even know who their great great grandmother is and don't know what she looked like. And that's why the evil one, the Luciferians, they do they best to disband families and get people to operate on a lustful wavelength. Because when they do that, it'll disrupt the connections of the family, right? That's why these women be having 3 or 4 baby daddies, and some of these dudes be having 4 or 5 baby mamas, and your children are disbanded. They don't care about your grandmama, or they don't care about your mama or your grandmama, because your mama like, fuck that nigga. And now she done severed the ties to the beings that's looking over you and gonna give you the right guidance. All of this was done on purpose, but that don't necessarily mean that you could just place the blame on somebody else. When those promptings come, you have to answer the call to ritual. And many people, again, are operating in their unconscious mind. When something happens in their awareness and it hits their conscious mind, they start to doubt it. They start to second guess it. They start to doubt. And they be like, oh man, ain't that a coincidence? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's wild that happened. No, it's not. You are just used to operating from your ego, from the unconscious mind. I'm not holding nothing in hell. This is my staff. This is the BaRuwty staff. 1089 degrees of awareness is what I'm holding here, right? It will line them chakras up and get you to operating in your first mind. Your first mind is linked to your intuition, which is in your higher senses. But this is called the BaRuwty staff. I hope that answers your question. See, you're one of those. I'm one of what? Don't assume. Don't assume you know what I'm trying to figure out. Do you got a question? High hour 27. I think that's what that say. And say, oh, you one of those. I'm one of what? I'm one of one, my nigga. How about that? Yeah, don't put no salt in your chicken. No salt on the altar, period. Salt blocks your offerings from transfigurating over, because it ain't like they sitting there like, the chicken. They pulling the energy from that chicken, right? And through you, because it's an aspect of them coursing through your veins. And high hour 27, I got it pinned to the top of my page, 1089techvision.com. Just go to my website and read the About You section. Read my About You section. I give a full synopsis on who I am, right? Yeah, no salt. Make sure there's no salt in that chicken. Don't put no salt on your altar, period. Right? No salt. It's going to block whatever you put up there. It's going to be null and void. And there's some other things that you shouldn't be doing at your altar either. You know, and a lot of people get offended. Not saying you, Nature First, you all right. But some people get offended when they've been working with an altar and they'll ask me, or they might not even ask me. And I'll let you know, like, yo, man, you shouldn't be doing that. That's wrong. And, you know, people get it. They're uncomfortable with being corrected. And I know that they're doing some wrong shit. That's why I tell people to take my discourse. I don't care. You've been working with an author for 10 years. In my discourse, it's at least 9 to 10 things, because I want to say it's like 15 steps. It's at least 9 to 10 things I know people don't be doing. I already know it. I've been working with my author for 7 years. I done had an author 10 years. Some people that had an author just as long as me. I'd be like, damn, did you know to do this? They'd be like, no, where you hear that from? Like, I ain't hear it from nobody. The Archangel Gabriel confirmed to me he was impressed. He told me. The being that told me that I needed to build an altar, he didn't tell me how to build an altar. He didn't. He just said that, hey, man, you know what to do. And for the first 5 to 6 years of me working with my altar, that's when the Archangel Gabriel came to me and told me he was impressed. I said, who the fuck said that shit? That's the first shit I said. No, I'm not criticizing. I'm not giving. That's not criticism. I'm just giving you some correction. But no, Gabriel, I was like, yo, man, where the fuck? That shit came out my brow chakra. And I was like, how I know you, the Archangel Gabriel? How the hell you in my head like that? And he told me to pick a test. And before I could pick the test, my Facebook Messenger phone rung. I don't answer Facebook phone messenger. But it was my beloved sister, Melanin Child. I didn't even know her at that time. I thought it was just a like page. And she called me. And the first thing she told me was, the Archangel Gabriel, the Archangel Gabriel told her to get in contact with me. I dropped the phone. I was like, damn. And he said, I'm highly impressed. After I got off the phone with her, he said, I'm highly impressed. You need to start. I needed to find 26 souls. And y'all know, for y'all in the group. He said, so everything has energy. Everything that is a something that sums up to a thing has electricity, magnetism, molecules, and atoms, right? In the physical universe, right? Yeah, I sell the 1089 degree manual. That's a prerequisite to Raynology. And this shows the people in the community how to study the information that I disseminate, right? I just don't do manuals. I got a discourse, and I implore for people not to just take the discourse. I'm not just going to let people take the discourse because they want to take it, right? You do have to get a piece of orgone first. And if you're uncomfortable wearing orgone, I don't let people take my discourse. That means you vibrating too low. And in past experience, because I've been, how many years now? This is year 10, with showing people how to construct an altar effectively. And we'll be having a workshop in July, the end of July in San Antonio, where you can learn how to do that in person. You say, I got my money on this is a cult and a scam. Okay, go ahead and put your money on that then. You go ahead and do that, loved one. See, you operating from the unconscious mind. You got a lot of doubt. You third guessing it. And that's fine. Then you start to, let me move this out the way. Fourth guess. We call that fear. Right? And I'm not a cult. This is not a cult. What we're doing is advocating culture. But that's something a whole bunch of niggas in the New World of North America don't have. You know what I mean? Don't have no culture. None at all. Have no sense of the self. Doesn't have a definitive identity. You got a label that your so-called oppressor or suppressor has given you. And you can't speak anything outside of English, which is grimoire. We don't even speak English. You speak in grimoire, right? And I revoke that deposit that you just made, because this is not a cult and this is not a scam. Read my testimonies, and whether you can accept it or not, you're the only person in here that don't belong to our community. You're the only person in here that don't follow me on all the platforms. You're the only person. But I'm gonna tell you this, high hour 27. You got somebody on the other side right now. You follow? You got somebody that has transitioned, that loves you, and they brought you here. That's how you ended up coming here. Because they see what we're doing at our altars, right? You said, so how is this a cult? This is not a cult. Cult is a Christian word. That's from the cult busters, right? And when you look at the word culture, they took the Ray off of there and called it a cult. Say, oh, you're a cult. No, we have culture. And see, when it comes to so-called black people in the New World of North America, they think that the only type of culture that we can have is urban culture. You know, hip hop, R&B, pop culture. And you got a lot of goofy niggas. They be like, we doing this for the culture. Oh man, he going against the culture. That's not culture. In order for you to have culture, first, you got to have your own language. Second, you got to have your own spiritual system in place. Third, you got to have your own dress and your own food. Fifth, you got to have your own territory or land that you identify with. Six, you got to have your own belief system outside of the one that was given to you. When you have that, then you got culture. You know, like my Nigerian brothers and sisters, is what they doing a cult and a scam too? What about my people in Ghana? What about my brothers and sisters in Kenya? But see, when it come to me, Mr. High, or whatever your name is, because you ain't showing your face, you're not using a name that's going to leave a digital imprint to who you really are, which means that you're not standing on business, but you out here throwing rocks and hiding your hand. That's sucker shit. I'm just keeping it 10K with you, right? And this is Q&A with Dr. Ray. I allow people to ask me questions, but I just reject that deposit. You say, this is a cult and a scam. It's not a cult, right? It's not a cult at all. All right, but I reject that deposit. Any other questions? I appreciate it though. I ain't mad at you. I'm sure you'd have been scammed and been a part of some of these witch covens or them warlock covens. We don't deal with no Baphomet, no Luciferians, no Lilith. We're not into that type of shit, right? We into what reflects us. And see, for far too long, the people here in the New World of North America, y'all don't have no real spiritual connection to nothing. You speculating. And this is why I tell people to start venerating your dearly departed, those that you've experienced in this reality, whether that's a mother or a father, a grandmother or grandfather, and start giving them their appropriate ashes, because you owe them a debt of gratitude. That's their blood that's coursing through your veins. That's not yours. You did not make yourself. You're borrowing their genetics to be here. You have to honor them. And if that makes me a cult because I'm connecting to something that's definitive and real, that has gone out of its way to show me that it loves me, then so be it then, God damn it. I'll be a fucking cult if that's the case. And another thing that flips me out, especially about religious people, is they'll say, oh, that's witchcraft. That's the devil. You're not supposed to be building no altar. when it's over 400 places in that Bible that tells you to build an altar and to make an offering. And then they'll say, oh, you're supposed to just make an offering to God. We are all the children of God. And if we are the children of God, wouldn't that make God our Father? Our Father who art in Orion? In English, you say heaven. But the word in Greek, where that scripture came from, is Orion. That's a star constellation, right? That's a star constellation. Orion. You see that? See how I go over the pyramids? See how that line up with the pyramids? They don't want y'all to know that, man. They don't want you to know that. They want you to be in a doubtful state of mind like them. You know what I'm saying? He already came in here on that hating shit. High hour 27. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, you on that bullshit. So what you about? See, in the unconscious mind, and that's okay. Many people be in their ego, and they don't know who they are. But when they come across somebody that do know who they are, they're going to be quite skeptical towards that individual, primarily because they're skeptical towards their own self. They don't, they can't see this in their self. So they're going to attempt to try to find fault. But see, you need to pay attention to them faults that you're seeing in your own self first. And then listen, address those deficits. Because I've been on this 29 years. And if you want to call that a cult, then so be it. I ain't mad at you. Because I can only meet deep people as deep as they meet themselves. And based on what you said, I could tell that you haven't met yourself with any depth. You feel me? And my mother, may the ancestors be with her. If my mother was here right now, she'd be right here on the YouTube. And that was my father just calling. That's why I said that. My father just called me, and he one of my students. My father is my student. He got his altar up. We both got our altars up, right? And we make our venerations every day. We pour libations every day. Just like the brothers in Puerto Rico, those in the Dominican Republic, just like those brothers and sisters in Jamaica, in St. Thomas, in Antigua, just like the people over there in the Congo, Uganda, my people in Angola, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Lagos, Senegal, Liberia. We the ones that's late to that shit. So you done walked up in the right room, my nigga. I hope your ass still up in here. Because you got somebody on the other side and they see that bullshit that you're doing. And you owe them a debt of gratitude. Because they went above and beyond for your sorry ass mama. I know they did. They telling me right now. They went above and beyond. And y'all ain't give a fuck about them. You don't even think about them every day. And you're living off their efforts. And they wondering how come all that shit you got to talk, you ain't doing nothing for them. You're not showing them no reverence and no veneration. That's what's going on, my nigga. And that's why you was pulled in here. You was pulled in here. Because they see what we doing. They see the dedication that we have. And I ain't twisting your arm off attempting to convince your goofy ass. I didn't tell you to come in here. You hear me? Something pulled you in here. And see, because you operating from an unconscious mind, you don't trust the capabilities of your higher senses. That's on you. That ain't on me. But I be John Brown, you gonna come in here and try to castigate me in some type of light, and you haven't met me in person. But if you do want to meet me in person, come meet me in Atlanta. Because I'm going to be driving. It's going to take me 18 hours to get to Atlanta. You hear me? Ain't too much code about that shit. It's going to take me 18 hours to drive there. But you can come meet me in Atlanta on March the 7th, my nigga. And you're going to have to pay to see me like everybody else. You was not special. In fact, if you if you talking about you got your money on it, then put your money where your mouth is and buy a damn ticket. And come prove me to be a fucking coke. Because after I hit you with this staff, I guarantee you, you will be the first nigga in there crying, boo-hooing. Because that's what happened to a lot of people. Especially those that be thinking like, oh, this nigga not really all of that. This is some bullshit. I hit your ass with that staff, you're going to get to crying. I start pulling all that bullshit up out of you. And then you see how real this thing really is. Because see, you picked the right one today, my nigga. You hear me? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So run on and tell the rest of them fucking trolls and the rest of them doubters and them haters, Dr. Ray is coming. I'm on the fucking YouTube. You see what then happened, y'all. Y'all seen all the disarray that happened. Shouts out to AP. You seen all the bullshit that happened, AP. Because AP been telling me. And that's why I called your name out. AP been telling me, hey, Doc, you need to get on the YouTube. Hey, you need to upload some more videos to YouTube, Doc. He always been telling me. I got to give AP his props on that. You know. But the one thing that was holding me back, AP, is I didn't know how to change the camera around so I could get up here on a whiteboard. You know, I like to get up on that whiteboard. And when Ricky and Shamari, they both gave me that remedy and said, hey, man, you need to download this app. And ever since I downloaded, even before I downloaded that app, the ancestors started moving niggas off of the YouTube. All of these people that's not influencing people in a positive way, and, you know, they take them on the path of nowhere. They got to get the fuck out the way. They got to get the fuck out the way because Dr. Ray is coming. Dr. Ray is coming. A reckoning is coming for these motherfuckers. You better get the fuck out the way. Just how it is on TikTok. I come up in a nigga shit on TikTok, that shit get quiet. I watch the people's, I watch their full mannerism change the second they see me pop up in their room. They be like, oh shit. They be talking that. They just stop. Niggas they start changing up. They start breaking down and shit. Like, oh shit. This nigga that came in my room. I hope he don't ask no questions. And see, we like being questioned. I like being scrutinized. Because I can show and prove. The question is, Yaku Atha Int or Yaku Int. Can you stand up to this questioning? Can you stand up to the scrutiny? Can I be scrupulous with you at the same rate that you being scrupulous with me? Let me read your about you. But see, I got my shit pinned to the top of the page. I'm not running and ducking and hiding. I'm not Rashid Jamil. I'm not that. Shouts out to B Dale and shouts out to Phase One. They got on that nigga ass. I'm so glad somebody else, because the whole time niggas will say, oh man, you hating on Rashid. I wasn't hating on that nigga. I was not hating. But he's pseudo. He's smoking a blunt and making some bullshit up. And then he was abstracting from nine ether. He was abstracting from the right knowledge scrolls that the doc wrote, and you wasn't even citing your source, and you wasn't giving them no fucking credit, my nigga. I done watched at least 200 of them bullshit ass videos come across my feed, and I ain't never, and the only reason I listen to them is to see if you gonna say Dr. Melikaza Duck York L, and that name never came out your fucking mouth. But that his damn information show did. That's why they moved your goofy ass off the scene and put me in there instead. And the same thing gonna happen to the rest of you goofy niggas here on the YouTube. It's already started. The reckoning has begun. We will have clarity in this great day and time called Noon Ray. And if you have any more questions, You need to ask your questions right now. High hour 27. Ask your questions right now. Any other questions you got? You see the testimony. You ain't go look at the testimonies. Your goofy ass just went and said, oh, man, nigga, ain't nobody vibrating low like you. Your grandmama had to bring your sorry ass in here because you ain't doing shit. It's something you not doing right. If you don't belong to our community and you being drawn here, I guarantee you it's something you not doing right. That's why they sending you. Lucky somebody love you enough to send you here. Because I don't give a damn. Like I said, I'm not here to try to convince nobody. Yeah, young Pharaoh, man, he done. That nigga done lost his mind. You know, he's a suck ass nigga too. Yeah, that's right. I said it. You need to get some bass in your voice, little nigga, and grow some hair on your face. You know what I'm saying? But young Pharaoh ass, just the name Pharaoh. Pharaoh is a Greek word. I would never call myself a Pharaoh. But see, he don't know that. These niggas never had no teacher. These self-taught ass niggas, they get offended when they get corrected. Because they think they right. And you can't be right until you wrong. This is Q&A with Dr. Ray, Cardi Peeps. He said he got all the donation money and got an Egyptian Ferrari. Right? I'm not your uncle, my nigga. Please don't call me unc. I'm not your uncle. You not in case you my brother or my sister's son. You could call me Brother Ray or Dr. Ray. Come on, man. Let's keep it 10K tall, okay? Yeah, this called Q&A with Dr. Ray. We cover everything under, over, and within the sun. We cover everything over and under and within the planet, over and under within the corporeal form, on world, off world, and into the afterlife. You got any questions? I'm highly confident that I can answer all of your questions, if not most of them. And I'm not ashamed to say if I don't know the answer to something. Let's get that right, too. I am not these felonious ass niggas y'all been used to seeing. Dr. Ray and the 1089 tech community is here to take this shit over. We here to take over the fucking YouTube. Y'all been bullshitting with this shit. Sitting around here arguing and debating. The debates was over in the 90s, man. It's a whole new fucking millennium. Right? It's a whole new millennium. It's time for people to make some real fucking connections. Not nothing speculative. It's time for you to get back in tune with some culture. Hip hop, rap, being in the trap and wearing chains and popping your coochie and wearing designer, that is not culture. That's called consumerism. That's not culture. We come to bring you language. We come to bring you a spiritual system. We come to bring you a spiritual foundation. I wear my own gear. I make this fucking gear for the goofy ass nigga that was in here calling this a coat. Nigga, this my own brand. And shouts out to the 1089 tech community and the AAA alumni. And they wear the brand too. They rather wear this shit than Balenciaga child molesting ass. At least it reflects them and give them a sense of pride of who they are on a physical level. And you good, Cardi Peeps. I was getting on this other little goofy nigga that came in here. Right? And it's okay that he was speculative. I just found offense to that shit. The nigga went to my site like, I just skimmed over it right quick. Yeah, nigga, you look like you a cult leader. Get your bitch ass out of here. I see you in person, nigga. Boy, I got the same energy on online as I got in person, my nigga. Like I said, you want to be on, and that's okay. Put your money where your mouth is. Buy a ticket to my seminar, nigga. Show up in person. Fuck all that talking across my damn comment section. Right? I'm not young Pharaoh. I at least try to sell you. I got something to sell you. I give out full seminars, you get a full dissertation of my 29 years of experience. Do you not, guys? Every day. Every day that I come on here, I give a full seminar. Get a full seminar here. See, I got one more question. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Nature First. You got it, loved one. You can ask more than one question. Don't feel like I don't want to be questioned. I want y'all to ask your questions. Go ahead, beloved. You're probably typing it out. Yeah, take over this YouTube. Okay, there it is. Before I had the altar, I was doing offerings by a tree apart with the same 10-day pattern. And my ancestors still receive my offerings. How is it that they know where to receive no matter the location? Okay, I see how you was going to a park. You should be waking up every morning and you shouldn't be leaving your house until you make your offerings and pouring your libations. You shouldn't be doing stuff every 10 days. That's making it spotty. And your connections and your transmissions that you receiving are spotty. The shit is off. That's why you had to go to a reader, right? Somebody else other than your own grandmother, because your medium should be your altar, not a reader, right? Say, are you Samsung, a new age religion? No, I'm not no religion. Religion is for people that got beliefs. We don't deal with belief over here. Beliefs mean that you want to be lied to. That's what lie means. We're not lying over here. Now let me finish answering this brother question. And my ancestors, hold on a second, receive my, yeah. It don't matter your location, but see, it ain't just about them. It's about you answering the call to ritual, right? So you might not wake up in the morning and pour libations. You already said you're doing it every 10 days at a tree or some shit. That's okay if you ain't got the space or your living situation isn't adequate enough for you to answer the call to ritual. Because ritual, again, listen, is just another sexy way of saying routine. And the routines that you've been doing already haven't been working. The same way that religion ain't working. You hear me? Religion don't work no more. We need definitive connections. Oh, you say you have an altar. Yeah, then you need to be at your altar every day. Your day should start off pouring your libations from off your altar. You should be pouring your libations every day. You should be refreshing the goblet on your altar every day. Every other day, you need to be having a hot plate up there, especially if you ain't been doing it at least 10 years. You need to have a hot plate up there. You need to have a bowl of fruit. We be putting bowls of fruit. I got 2 bowls of fruit and a steak plate up there. I give my best offering. The same way that they asked Cain and Abel in Genesis chapter 4 to give their best offering. Cain said that I can't, and Abel said I am able to do that. So when he gave his best offering, listen, he had God's blessing. Cain said that I can't. They gave him a chance to repent and to recant his statement, and he stood on business with that, and he ended up getting the short end of the stick. Ended up getting kicked out. Yeah, we just gonna go ahead and delete you, man. Get your silly ass out of here. You know, all y'all trolls. This is Q&A with Dr. Ray. If you have any questions, please ask your questions in the comments section. Because certain people get triggered. They don't like seeing a so-called black man, misnomer, up here talking with so much confidence and authority and with intelligence, right? I put things in a comprehensible, graspable manner. And a lot of these baloney smelling motherfuckers come in here and they don't like that shit. They like, these niggas done woke up. I'm not woke. I done woke up. I'm not woke. I don't belong to the woke community. You need to check my videos. Coming here trying to offend me behind you hiding who you are. I don't have to hide. And we don't deal with religion for the being that asked that. Nick Morris. This is not a religion. Religion is asking you to believe something, right? I'm not asking you to believe nothing. I'm asking you to prove it to yourself. It ain't about what you can prove to me. It ain't about what I can prove to you. It's about what I can prove to myself. And what I can prove to myself becomes my experiences. And the information that I teach is based on my experiences over the last 29 years. I've been initiated into 2 mystical orders, right? I am not new to this. When I first started doing what I'm doing, this was not a trend. I took 14 years before I started teaching. And I had a teacher and a spiritual guide. You follow? And I walked through all 3 of the monotheistic religions. I got my Bible right here. Y'all want to walk through the Bible? We can walk through that thing. But you had to ask questions. This is questions and answers with Dr. Ray. I'm sure it said that in the thing because I put it up there. So when y'all people come in here and say, what is this all about? You're undermining my intelligence and you're showing me how ignorant you are. Because this is Q&A with Dr. Ray. So if you guys have any questions, ask your questions and you'll get your answers. It's just that simple. I'm not asking you to believe what I'm saying. I want you to research the stuff that I'm saying. But some of the stuff that I talk about is unresearchable. Only I am an authority on speaking on it. Me and my other constituents that come from my particular lodge, which is not a Masonic lodge or a Shriners lodge. It predates those lodges by 10,500 years. And the 6th ether albino hasn't been on the planet that long. So when they come across a brother that's standing upright in his culture, because a culture, you got to have what, you guys? Got to have a language. English is not a language. It's a bastard language. You got to have your own clothes. You got to have your own food. You got to have your own music. You got to have your own spiritual system. And the pale baloney man in the New World of North America don't got none of that shit. The niggas in the New World of North America ain't got none of that shit. They don't have it. If they did, this country wouldn't be fucked up the way that it is. It wouldn't have Jewish overlords or Zionist overlords. Let's put it in its appropriate context. So for all y'all people to say, oh, I believe in Christ, prove to me Christ existed. Prove to me, show me the gravesite of anyone in that Bible. You can't. You will be hard pressed to do that. It'll be impossible. Right? It's only one being in the Bible that has actually been proven to exist. That's why they could connect all the stories to Egypt, all the way going to Genesis chapter 2, where God said the gold of that land was good when he's talking about Havilah and Gihon and Pishon. That's the Nile Valley. That's Sudan that he's talking about. In Nubia. They just changed the names up. Why you ain't just say the real name? Because they don't want you to know about your culture. And the second that you do start finding out about your culture, you know what they do? They take the URA off of there and say that you a cult. Oh, that's a cult. Oh, that's a cult. He said Jesus is king. Prove it, nigga. You just saying that. Where is Jesus? Prove that Jesus exists. The English language was invented in 1592. That's when it started. That's when they started putting together the grimoire. And the reason why they did that is because Henry VIII set up the Supremacy Act of 1592 and de-annexed themselves from the Roman Catholic Church. You hear me? So when you say Jesus is king, king is a mortal term. And you claim that Jesus is a supernatural being, but he got killed by his own creation. Make that shit make sense. I don't even want no king like that. My king is the Son. And Jesus told you that himself in Revelations 3:14 and called it amen. You Christians say amen at the end of your prayer and don't even know you're giving it up to the God of the Son called Amen. Because that's where Jesus was educated from. Same thing with Moses and the same thing with Abraham. How come they all got to go to Egypt? Because it's the only place where you can validate that actually exists today. All the rest of that shit, some old made up shit. You hear me? He said the Christ is inside of you. Man, it's an allegory. In our society, there is one law we can't deny. That is natural law. That's right. That's right. I can't pronounce your name. Is that Hawaiian? Is that, I don't know how you say that. Let me look over here. By Ikoron. But like I said, we on the TikTok now, man. I mean, it's not TikTok. We on the YouTube now. And that's why y'all see a lot of these content creators going through the things that they're going through. That shit making room for Dr. Ray to come on here. I do not play the radio. Y'all come into this room. I know y'all see it say Q&A with Dr. Ray. And that's fine if you don't got no questions. Just like the damn live. That you can call me Romish. Okay, Romish, how you doing, loved one? But we're not going to sit up here and act like we know damn fools. Our grandmamas and granddaddies went for that bullshit. Not no more. You're going to have to stand up to some questioning. And your Jesus going to have to pop up out the grave. My grandmama waited her whole life for Jesus to come. That nigga did not show up. Both of my grandmamas. And they were long lived. They said Jesus was coming back in 2000. They put their money on that. And that shit didn't happen. And then everybody just started whistling Dixie, acting like they never made that prediction. See, I was born in the late 70s. So growing up, I used to hear that crap all the time. Jesus coming in the year 2000. Jesus coming in the year 2000. It's going to be 2,000 years. He said he's going to return in 2,000 years. We passed 2000. It's 2026. That nigga on color people time. He's still on the goddamn cross, allegedly. They said he died on the cross. They should be able to have the stakes that they drove through his hands. Where those stakes at? Where's the cross at that he died on? Because they said he got off the cross and then he resurrected. That's some old white man fairy tale bullshit. And I told y'all, them 6 ether Caucasians, the albino Caucasian, they operate on a belief system. The Asiatic black man, the Hindu, they operate on a faith-based system. And the 9 ether melanated woolly-haired Negroid seed operates on facts. You got to show me, like I'm from St. Louis. I'm from the show me state. Give me some evidence. Like my ancient ancestors left evidence that they existed. And your baloney smelling asses know it too, because you went and dug their fucking graves up and put them in a museum. How come you ain't got Jesus or Moses in a fucking museum? Because they didn't exist. Just like Santa Claus don't exist. And y'all still buying that fucking shit. You's a damn fool and deserve whatever the fuck coming to you because you allowed these motherfuckers to think for you. We not taking it. I told y'all the buck stopped with me. That shit stopped right here with Dr. Ray. We not playing that shit. Show me some bones. Show me a tombstone. I want to see a carbon dated Bible. I don't even want to see a Bible because I done did the research. In the cuneiform tablets of the ancient Sumerians has already debunked the Bible with the story of Utnapishtim. So the game is over. You just running in your delusions. And that's fine. But guess what? Stay off my motherfucking page with your delusions. Because I'm not going to come on your page with mine. And I don't have no delusions. I got real connections. I can see my God every day. My God is shining right now. My God produces vegetables for the whole planet, whether you believe in him or not, or her. It's not even a gender. That belongs to animals. Animals have gender. My God it's transcended from gender. It predates gender. The God that I align myself with doesn't need a gender. That's limiting. But whether you believe in my God or not, he's still going to make sure that you got vegetation. He's still going to make sure that you got enough trees to breathe oxygen. Even gave you a whole fucking planet to live on. That's what my God did. What the fuck did your God do except get jealous and kill his creation and then send his fucking son to get killed? I don't want no God like that. You can have that sucker ass nigga. That's like a nigga got some static with me and I send my son to go get killed. That's some bullshit. What they say in the movie Scarface? You want me to believe that Omar was a stoolie because Sosa said so? You bought that line. You bought that line. He said, my cousin cut me off when I told him Jesus is not a real person. Yeah, man. And see, here go the hypocrisy and all of that. The Romans killed Jesus, allegedly, according to Paul lying ass. He killed Jesus. The Romans killed Jesus. The Jews wanted to kill him, but they didn't kill him because it was the Sabbath. That's some bullshit. So you mean to tell me the Romans killed Jesus and they the ones that started Christianity, the Roman Republic? How did the people that killed this nigga start a religion? It's almost analogous to the U.S. government assassinating Martin Luther King and then turn around and turn him into a fucking holiday, which they didn't want to do. They didn't want to turn his birthday into a holiday because they know that they murdered this man. That wasn't assassination, that was murder. All these little extra sexy words they be coming up with. That was murder. You are murderers. You are the most hypocrisized immigrant I've ever seen. You are the squatter. You came here, you are the illegal immigrant. You follow? Also check what happened back then according to history and current changes. You can also cross-check on your own. I don't want you to believe in me. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Rome's. You're gonna have to be a little bit more definitive. Because it sounds like you ad-libbing off of what I said. I don't like the, you said human-made belief systems. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already know. We on the same page. See, I was talking to that other being that came in here. Because people will see me with my staff, you know, and I tell all my students and the pupils and the people in our community, say, hey man, I tell people don't even connect to the Neteru, right? White people were in Africa before you came and took over. We had a great civilization there. That white people were in Africa before you came, took over. We had it. It's kind of confusing. I don't know what you mean. You're probably talking to that man. But no, so I even tell people, don't try to connect to the Neteru. Connect to your grandmama. Connect to your granddaddies. You knew them. Let them open up them corridors that lead to them channels. That's why when we pour our libations, we say we pour them for those that's known and those that's unknown. Because those that's known, they don't want, that's their responsibility to connect you to the unknown. It's not yours. You got to know your place in this. But it just irritates the fuck out of me when people use the word God and don't know the name John Wycliffe. Oh, God is going to do everything. And they say that shit like that nigga took them to Chick-fil-A this morning. That's how people talk about God. Like that nigga came and changed their tire on the freeway or some shit. They put him in this anthropomorphic form so it could fit their unconscious mind. Because that's what the grimoire got people operating on, is taking you and placing you in your unconscious mind. And now you operating with an ego, and now they can control the conscious mind. Right? Mind is the conscious mind. That's in the brow century, right? The pituitary gland. The unconscious mind is in the heart. That's the heart century or the heart plexus. Then you have the subconscious mind, which is stationed in the abdominal brain that you call your stomach, right? And you couldn't get here without your mother or your father. And they couldn't get here without their mothers and fathers. And they couldn't get here without their mothers and fathers. And when you see this unk, the top half of the unk, represents the vaginal, and the bottom half represents the phallus. And when the two come together, they create life. This is a universal symbol, right? That stands for reproduction and life. So they'll say, but he said, not lean towards your own understanding. Yeah, exactly. And we're not leaning towards our own understanding. We're depending on our elders, right? We depended on our elders, and we allowed them to connect us to the unknown. That's a definitive connection. Nobody can take that spiritual connection from you. That's a personal experience. But all that, that's awesome. That's a show. That's a performance. When you start dealing with an ancestral connection, that's personal and sacred. That's not a speculative connection. When I make a connection to my mother, may the ancestors be with her, that's not a speculative connection. She swaddled me. She nursed me on her breast. She popped me on my hand when I did something I wasn't supposed to be doing. You hear me? I've seen her all my life. My mama even made my clothes. I ain't never been to a department store till I was about 5 years old. My mama used to make our clothes. I know my mama. So when she passed on, I connected to her spirit. I didn't connect to some spook, right? Yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Romes. You're right, man. Yo, man. And I do that. And that's why I tell them, see, this the whole thing, Romes. Why even come into my room? Why even come in here, listen to what I got to say, and then try to tell me Jesus is king? If that shit working for you, Jesus got you off of meth, Jesus got you, then stopped you from hoeing, I'm happy for you. I'm glad that shit working for you. But don't try to push that shit off on me. Because I'm not going on nobody's page propagating what I know works. And I'm not attempting to over convince anybody. Like I told one of the trolls earlier, like, nigga, I'm not trying to twist your arm off and over convince you. My website is pinned to the top of the page. You know what I mean? He wanted to ask, what is this about and who am I? I said, man, go to my website. I got an about you section. I'm quite transparent and clear on what it is that I do and who it is that I am. There's nothing ambiguous about anything that I do. And all he could do was come back in here and slander me. Right? And that's what I got to deal with from my own people. He said, you need to accept Jesus. No, you need to accept. How you know I haven't accepted Jesus? I was in the blood of Christ. I got baptized twice, my nigga. Get your ass out of here. That's not a positive vibe. After all that shit I just said, that's what you had to say? I hope that you might not be talking to me. I don't know what you mean. But it tell you right in the book of Matthew 24. Jesus said it himself. They changed the name in the what's the name, but they can't change it in the book. It said, many will come in my name. Don't listen to them. They are deceivers and liars. And what do people do? They come speaking on behalf of Jesus all the fucking time. Knowing goddamn well that you need to fucking atone for you need to ask for forgiveness from the people you wrong. Because that's the clear indicator for me with people that in the Christianity. They done fuck people over. And they want to ask for forgiveness, but they don't want to ask the person who they wronged to forgive them. If that ain't a delusional psychosis, I don't know what the fuck is. You mean to tell me that you would rather go ask somebody that you haven't even proven to exist to forgive you than to ask the person who you done scarred and wronged to forgive you? Something is wrong with your ass. Something wrong with you. You know what I mean? You know you done molested that little girl. You know you did. But you're gonna go to church. If you a Catholic, you're gonna go to confession. And see the Catholic priest, that nigga's a co-conspirator to fucking murder, rape, incest. And they don't take this motherfucker to jail. You hear that? Oh, forgive me, Father, I have sinned. Go ahead, my son, confess your sin. Damn, Father, I killed my wife last year and I got away with it. Really? Yes, it's bothering my soul. What should I do? Give 50 Hail Marys. I wear the mic out, y'all. Y'all know that. But you know goddamn well that you done did somebody wrong and you think that the father at the priest who also fondled on the little boys, because they molesting the little boys too. That's why you come and molest your little boy. He know you done killed the motherfucker. He like, oh, nigga, I got some heat on you. Yeah, send your little son to be my altar boy. And you start playing with your son's booty. And your son's scared. He can't even come to you about it. You hear me? This shit going on. It's been going on. It was going on at the Notre Dame with the football player. The nigga was molesting them since they was little kids, man. And I know a lot of women get sexually assaulted, but nobody want to talk about these little boys that's being assaulted. See, it's that part. No offense to the women that get assaulted, but what about the little boys that get assaulted? Don't nobody want to talk about them. They just brush that shit up under the rug. That's why so many homosexuals out here now. Because 95% of the men that's homosexuals in this country, somebody been playing with their booty when they was little. I guarantee you that. So the earth has chakras, like the pyramid of Giza. There's the throat in Mount Shasta in Cali. No, that's where the root. That's the root chakra. Yeah, because those are vortices. Those are vortexes. When the chakra is spinning in the right direction, it opens up a vortex. Just like you got a vortex that opens up in the center of your head, right? Or in your brow chakra. When that opens up, that's a vortex. And your mind's eye comes out of there, right? It's just not a third dimensional aspect. It doesn't have an atomic structure. It doesn't have a molecular structure. It just operates with electricity and magnetism. That's why you could take a coin and stick it right here and it'll stick there. It's a lot of magnetic energy, a magnetic current right there. So imagine the planet. And you done heard me say this before, nature. You're 7.5 million times smaller than the planet. So imagine the size of the planet's chakra. And imagine what happens when you're in the vicinity of that chakra and it opens up. You follow that? So that's how these beings be disappearing. That chakra opens and they get pulled through. Or sometimes they'll walk right through and don't even know that they didn't walk into another dimension. They show you this on a show called what's the name? From. It's called From on Amazon. You dig it? Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Y'all got any other questions? We done round 3 hours now. That's right. I know some people like, hey, don't pay attention to the trolls. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to turn your ass into content you come here on that bullshit. But that stuff needs to be addressed, man. Religion is over with. That shit is done. It's a done data. The moon cycle is over and we back in the sun cycle, and now it's back to nature again. We are the children of the sun. We are the custodians of this planet. You're supposed to be a custodian of this planet. Now we got to clean up all the filth that the beast man has left behind. He done poisoned the water. Billy Goat Gates is up there fucking poisoning the agriculture right now, trying to kill your ass. Why? Coming up with vaccines and shit. Who told you to do that? His ass in that Epstein file too. And see, they be talking about little girls, but they be, I'm telling you, they be touching little boys. Them P. Diddy parties too. They be touching little boys. I done seen the videos, man. I done seen the video. I used to be on the dark web. That's how I got kicked off of Facebook years ago. That's why I can't get back on Facebook. I can't get back in there. He said, yes, it makes sense. The quote unquote natives were saying, don't go above the tree line when you visit. But no one can tell you why or anything deeper about these places. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's the truth. You got on certain ley lines, right, are connected to magnetic grids, or they call these nodes. These are points or reference where the energy is overstimulated in certain points along these ley lines, like in Arizona and Sedona. You could pull it up. You could take 432, take the 432 hertz and line it up anywhere in Sedona, and it's going to open up a portal. And on the other end of that portal, you might see the freeway. You either going to see the 10 or the 40. And you like, damn, how the hell is this happening? And you stick your hand through there, and a Mack truck go by and hit your hand. You like, yo, how the fuck that happened? See, these are natural phenomenons that are capable of occurring that they're not going to address, because then it'll start getting you to working with your conscious mind. You're not going to be unconscious. You're not going to be operating in your unconscious mind no more once you see some shit like that. So they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to connect to your dearly departed, because when they pop up in your dream, you're no longer going to be operating in your unconscious mind. When you wake up, you're going to be thinking about that shit all day like, damn, that felt so real. I don't believe I seen my grandmama like that. I can't wait to go to bed tonight so I can see her again. Let me go ahead and make her favorite plate. Let me leave her some cupcakes out. I know she like cupcakes. He said in the Bible, who was the snake? Again, listen, the Bible is a byproduct of a bunch of other books. They just told you a snake. You hear me? They told you that it was a snake. That's what the Pale Man came up with. And he wasn't there to bear witness to none of that. None of that shit was revealed in English. When you go back into Hebrew, they use a word called nakash. They don't use serpent, right? They don't say snake. It says Nakash. And Nakash means whisperer. So a being whispered to them. But by the time you get into English, they turned it into a snake. That's why it's important to study the languages. You just can't limit yourself to English. You got to go into the Latin. You got to go into the Greek. You got to go into the Hebrew and then the Aramaic. And a lot of people like, damn, that's a lot of work. Like, you don't really believe in God then. That's why I look at so many so-called Christians skeptically, because they be saying all that shit, but they ain't even read the damn book that they putting their convictions into. I'm like, damn, you ain't even read that shit? But see, back in 55 AD, in Antioch, where Christianity was conceived, right, by Dionysius Exiguus, who was the first so-called Christian monk. How the fuck you gonna have a Christian monk? He didn't even know how to meditate. He knew how to have sex with little boys, though. But that's a whole nother story in itself. But most of the people during that time didn't know how to read or write. They only knew how to speak a language. That's why the Phoenicians were so big. When you look at the word Phoenician, because the Phoenicians don't have a definitive land. They don't have a land to say, oh, that's Phoenicia. No, it got phonetics. That's where the word phonetic came from, because it sounds like other words. They took a whole bunch of other languages that sound similar. You follow? And what happened is they came up with that snake, because the snake is a sign of wisdom. That's an allegory that they put in there. And the snake wasn't lying. If we just want to call him a snake, he wasn't lying. He was like, man, you're not going to die. Who told you that shit? God said, I'm going to die. Man, you ain't going to die. And what happened after they listened to the snake? God said, look, man has become like one of us. And he keeps saying us. And I'm putting that in my new book. I sent this to Keon Crafts in Groups of 50, the Anunnaki book. I'm writing my own book on the Anunnaki right now. But if you look through Genesis 1 through 4, he keeps saying us. Why you keep saying us? And I thought it was just you. He said, look, man has become like one of us to know the difference between good and evil. And how come after they ate off that tree, God didn't know where they was at? He was walking through the garden looking for Adam and Eve. And he said, where art thou? Why you got to be asking them where they at? I thought you was all knowing and all seeing. You should have knew where they was at. If you was all knowing, you should have knew. Why would you even put your creation in a place to get fucked over? Because that's the ongoing theme through that whole, through the whole Bible. He said they were punished, including the snake. Exactly. It's like, why even send them through all that? Why even, if you created the snake, you created the garden, you created them, why not just make them do the right thing? Why? And how come that shit written in Shakespeare? Cometh and thou art, and willest. Where art thou? This nigga God spoke Shakespeare? That's why I said you got to go through the languages, and the stories start changing up as you go through the languages. You follow? Especially the Old Testament, because the New Testament don't go back to Hebrew. It's only in Greek and Latin. And none of the prophets spoke Greek and Latin. Them is all the disciples of Paul. He said, was Adam and Eve the Neanderthal? In some variants, they are. If you're talking about the Amorite version, right? He said our whole life we had to go to church. We became like we give a fuck. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You sure did. You had to act like you care. Now, see, me personally, I really did care. I really did want to get closer to God. When they told me that I had to accept Christ, I bought that line. But I was sincere. And that's what led me on the journey that I'm on now. You know, church is a good institution. It'll keep you out of trouble. It'll present some positive people in your life. But it doesn't have anything to do with the truth. It don't. Jesus himself said don't go into the church. He went into the church and flipped the tables over. Because they was up there accepting money in his father's name, allegedly. Because they didn't know who his father was. And his father was, me and Jesus got the same father. That's the Son. He said the name of my Lord is Amen, the source of God's creation. That's talking about the Son. When you go to John 1 and 1 John verse 1, it tell you about, that's talking about the Son. The light that shineth in every man. The light that shineth over the whole world. They talking about the Son. Exactly. He said, but we are the blood and body of Christ. Yeah, but where that word Christ come from? See, they don't even want to tell you where the word Christ come from. Because then it's going to take you back to Egypt. All knowledge on this planet, especially in this equinox, came out of the Happy Nile Valley. They know it. All the Hindus' knowledge, all the Asians' knowledge, all of the Canaanites, who you calling Caucasians, all of their knowledge came out of Egypt. Period. All the people out of Africa, all their knowledge came out of Egypt. All of it. Same thing for the people in the Western world. All that shit came out of Egypt. What they're calling, and I use that term loosely because I know that's all people understand. Some of y'all will say Kemet, that's their term too. The Kemites. Kim is Cam, that's Ham. That's validating their lexicon that they got in their Bible translations. But it's over with. Yeah, that's who the Canaanites are. That's who stayed in the caves. That's who Abraham had to go cure their leprosy, right? He had to go to Ramesses, listen, to get a cure. And he gave him the rat, the cat, and the dog. They was gene splicing. They was doing genetic splicing in Egypt. Because as I aforementioned, Egyptians come from beyond the stars. They don't want you to know that. You see that? Our Father who art in Orion. The Greek word for heaven is Orion. Hallowed be thy name. Why do they say the name hallowed? Right? Y'all got all of this? Can I take this down? Put a 9 in the comment section if I could take that down. No, Sirius B is another location. That's in the Canis Major. Let me know if y'all got that. Leave a 9 so I could take it down. All right, Ashe. Thank you, Pops. Pops, I don't know if you was in here earlier when I was getting on that sucker nigga ass. Coming here all skeptical. I was like, nigga, you don't even know my own father rocks with me. My own father claimed me as a teacher, nigga. This ain't no coat. This is not no charades. We is not performing. You dig? And where my other phone at so I could take a picture and put it in the community room? What I do with that phone? I think I put it on a charger. No, did I? I did. It's important to listen to your first mind, man. Right? Okay. Let me take a picture of this. He said, I had a vision of me at peace with pearly white structure around me, and my skin was glimmering blue and had the feeling I couldn't come down yet. Yeah, that was your chakra field. That's what that was. That was your chakra field. Right? So, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. May thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. The Greek word for heaven is Orion. Heaven in Greek, English, the Greek word is Orinos. That's what they say, Orinos. Right? That's the Greek word for heaven. Orinos. That's a star constellation. And they say, hallowed be thy name. Right? Hallowed. Halo is a halo, right? Halo comes from Helios, right? This is all Greek. Halo, Helios means that's the Greek god of the sun. They got that from Egypt, and we called it Re, or they say Ra, right? Also, Amun, which they call Amen. Amun Re, or Amen Ra. You see that? Our Father who art in Orinos, Amun be thy name. May thy will be done on earth as it is in Orion. This is where they stole that from. They stole your story and tried to replace you. They tried to take your birthright like Isaac and Jacob in the fucking Bible. They tried to take your birthright from you. And we've been letting it happen generation after generation. They don't got that fucking connection. Why you think the Illuminati hold up the fucking IRA or the IRA? Why you think they hold this up? Because they trying to take your birthright. They holding secret meters in them fucking pyramids. And they cursing their children when they do that. And they know they curse. They already know it. But they like, fuck it, we gonna still rule over these motherfuckers. And that's why they building androids up right now. So that they can insert their consciousness into these robots. Because they don't want to face, and the tone was waiting for their ass when they die. You hear me? Any more questions? Say, your mama got the tattoo right. Yeah, she know what time it is. Your mom doula know what time it is, G. See, they knew that this day was going to come. This is the day our ancestors prayed for. They knew that somebody was going to wake up that was from here and tie everything together and put it out there for the people, because it's been a succession of people that were sent to us, and every time we reject them and then complain about the being that they came to save you from, which was your own self. and you started living in the image of the beast. You living in their image, the beast-like image, right? Which is a kind of man. Or what they say, because they dyslexic, they say mankind instead. But they a kind of man. They're not mankind. They say it's a small step for man, but it's a giant step for mankind. And the reason why it was a small step is because our father art in Orion, which we call Sahu. The Greek name is Orion, but we say Sahu. You hear that? And I'm going to drop the science of that at our, what's the name? Because I know it's a whole bunch of people that's going to see this after it upload and try to put a P. Diddy remix on what I said, or they may try to just take it and run off with it. So that's why I don't put everything out here. You got to come to seminar. And no, I don't record my seminar events and sell them. I don't. You got to just show up. You don't show up, you ain't going to get that information. You know, we trying to nullify the fuckery. What that says? I had a friend who is a Mason once tried to come over with the shaker. That day I told you about when I see the mothership, a voice came out of me and the look on his face was scared. He flew home the next day. Yeah, I mean, see, them Masons don't have, just because they a Mason, that don't mean they got some information. People that become Masons, they sworn an oath to keep people that are not Masons in the dark. They're not supposed to tell you the information that they learned. That's why I talk about your ministers and your pastors. They know about Egypt. They go right in there with Asaru and Osset, who they call Isis and Osiris. And then on Sunday, they come to church after being in the lodge on Thursday and Friday. And on Sunday, they come to church and tell you to worship Jesus instead of telling you exactly who you are. That's that sucker shit. But y'all ain't got to worry, because I ain't no fucking Mason. Or I ain't no Shriner. Shouts out to my Supreme Grandmaster teacher. Because my Supreme Grandmaster teacher, he stood at both of those lodges. He's the head of both of those lodges. So he rose in ranking and degree. And he gave us all that information in our lodge, which predates their lodges by 10,500 years. And this is why I tell y'all about Ramesses, because that's the lodge I belong to, is Ramesses Lodge. And Ramesses is the only person in the Bible that you could prove. People be talking about harem of beef. Fuck harem of beef. That nigga ain't had no significance in life. He ain't had no impact on his reality like Ramesses. You hear me? So fuck harem of beef. Ramesses, they told this nigga Ramesses the first, the second, and the third. All of his bastard children and their concubines and their wives. They got them in all the fucking museums across the world. You don't see no biblical characters in the museums. Period. Even that punk ass Ark of the Covenant, that's not no Ark of the Covenant. They took that out the tomb of Ramesses. You can see the Isis wings. I use that term loosely, but you can see the Isis wings and the Mayyat wings on the fucking Ark of the Covenant. It's your own story, y'all. And they keep on saying, amen, 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 amen. They know what they're doing. He said, where does the saying we come from the Syrians come from? I don't know about that. But what I do know, because I'm writing about this right now in my book, Anu sent us the key on crafts in groups of 50. Because people use that term Anunnaki out of context. And that's what Anunnaki means. Those Anu sent to Key on crafts in groups of 50. Where did he send them from? See, people don't ask questions. But where he sent them from was from Sirius B. Because when the BaRuwty was passing through Canis Major, one of the subsidiary constellations in Canis Major is Sirius B. It's really Sirius A, B, and C. And when the BaRuwty came in proximity of Sirius B, it's so gargantuan, right? Let's just call this Nibiru, right? It's a big planet-sized craft called Nibiru, right? And here goes Sirius B. That's Sirius B. This is Nibiru. This is Sirius B. You see that? No, it's not a Sirius X. When it got in close, you're thinking about this, Planet X. That was called Planet X by Zachariah Sitchin in the book that he wrote in 1976 called The 12th Planet. He the one came up with that name, right? Now, when you see Sirius B, look how big Sirius B is and look at how big Nibiru is. When Nibiru was coming through the Canis Major constellation and it came through Sirius A, B, and C, Sirius B got too close to Sirius B, and Sirius B got caught in its gravitational field. You follow? It got caught in the gravitational field of Nibiru. And it had a little small planet that orbited Sirius B called Iduma. Listen, I done told this story several times. Go check out one of my other playlists, but I'm going to go through it again for this one. Iduma had 3 species that lived on that planet, and their planet got destroyed the second that it was getting destroyed because Nibiru tried to hold off and it started pulling all of the protons out of this sun. Right? Because this used to be a red dwarf. Once all the protons was removed from that sun, it started to turn into a white dwarf. And Anu and the beings that was on this craft was like, oh shit, it's a little planet over there. Right? So they started to send crafts to get the beings off of that planet and bring them onto Nibiru. And there was 3 classification of species that was on there. The first one was the Shaggies. You called them Bigfoot, the Yeti, Saskatchewan, or the Wendigo, right? Then you have the Rumeridans or the Maccabians. You call them Greys. The third one was the Nomos. That's your sea creature, your sirens, your water monitors. And they put them on a craft, took the protons, reversed the polarity of Nibiru, and shot the protons back into the planet, into the sun, and projected their gravitational field into the sun to stop it from going into a star holocaust, which you would call an event horizon. And that's why the pull of the gravitational pull of Sirius B is making Sirius A and C move around it. Don't believe me? Go ask the Dogon. The Dogon can stamp everything I just told y'all. They will stamp it. And this story is told in part in El's Holy Tablets, authored by the Supreme Grand Master Teacher, Dr. Malachi Zadok York El. You see that? It's in the tablet where he tells this story. But once they got on the craft, once they got on the BaRuwty, he sent them to Key key is another way of saying earth. He sent them the key on crafts in groups of 50. Now, some people will say, oh, that's very speculative. You said you're not a speculative brother. That sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Well, where did you get hair from? Go look at the cuneiform tablets of the Enuma Elish. But they only tell you about 3 of the tablets. They tell you about the Enuma Elish, right? The Gilgamesh epics. And see, all these tablets was transliterated from cuneiform by a being named George Smith. You follow? And then you have the Athara Hassis. George Smith transliterated all of these tablets back in 1870. That's not a long time ago. Right? That's not a long time ago. But that's where you got your hair from. That's where fur come from. The Shaggies that came from Aduma. This little thing right here called Aduma. That was the name of their planet. And the beings from Aduma, when you talk about the grays, they in your blood. If you got beards, if you got hair on your head, a lot of y'all brothers that be wearing them braids and shit, you got your hair from the Shaggies. That's who we initially, we didn't grow a lot of hair on our bodies. Go see the pygmies. People that got them little, what y'all call cuckabugs, or that like what's his name? Kevin Durant. You see how he got them the little peasy buds in his head? That's how our hair used to grow. We didn't really, hair is not something that we have, that's not a genetic trait of ours. That came from mixing our blood with other beings. Listen to what I'm telling you. That's where the Shaggies, they mixed in with you. Anu told them to do that. Next, the grays. We call them Markabians. You call them the gray, right? When the mother is pregnant with child, listen. When your mother is pregnant with child, in the second trimester, the baby got a big ass head. It got big black eyes. They not dilated. It got a slit for a nose. It got a slit for a mouth. And it got a slit for ears. And it got a little ass body in the head like 3 times the size of the body. That's the gray in your fucking blood. Third, the sea creatures. Hell, you coming to the planet as a fucking tadpole. You submerged in water until your birth, right? And your lungs have to fill up with oxygen, or your gills fill up with oxygen, and they inflate. And then you start to turn back into a mammal, a warm-blooded creature. And all warm-blooded creatures do not have the ability to reproduce on their own. So for all y'all people that be talking about the X chromosome and the woman is the God and all of this bullshit, there is no woman on earth that can reproduce herself by herself. Not in case she's calling herself a full-blown reptilian. Only reptilians could do that, which is also an ancestor, and that's the Nomos. Them the beings that came from Iduma. Do you hear me? So when people be talking about that, and I'm putting it in this context because it's not speculative. I'm showing you how to align the word Anunnaki to the relevancy of who you are and how they're inside of you right now. You said the Black Woman is God movement was a money grab. I guess it was. Because my Supreme Grandmaster teacher, he the one that put that out there. But people ran with that shit, and then that's why I be shitting on it now. because y'all don't never say his name. Y'all want to take his information, but y'all don't want to give him the fucking credit. So no, the woman is not God. And I can prove to you how she not God. I know it because he the one told me that shit. So you fucked up. Y'all try to run off. I wasn't gonna never say nothing. But y'all ain't never give that man his credit. He the one told you about the fucking X chromosome. Y'all didn't come up with that shit on your own. Y'all don't even study the physical anatomy. That's the only thing, just like when people talk about the pineal gland. Oh, the pineal gland. Like, you act like that's the only damn gland in your head. Oh, you got to decalcify the pineal gland. The pineal gland, that's where the third eye comes out. I let niggas rock with that shit for a minute. Like, man, just go ahead and let them say that shit. Let them keep saying the pineal gland. Let them keep saying it. I just let time keep going on. Motherfuckers still ain't. I'm like, okay, y'all still saying that? Came on the TikTok, bust their ass. Now I'm on the YouTube. I'm about to bust all that shit up over here too. Time to bust that shit up. Right? Because the X chromosome, listen, it's a protein in the mitochondria. And that's inside your DNA. But that DNA came from out the water. And when the creatures that came out, your ancestors that came out the water, listen, they were androgynous. They didn't have a gender. They didn't envelop a gender until there was land, listen, for the creature to come onto. And then their genetics started to recalibrate because they was in a whole different environment. And the first gender that came out of the water was a female. It turned into female so that they could lay eggs on land. It was a survival technique from predators that lived in the water. Don't believe, you can look all of this shit up. It's quite Googleable. We in the information age. It's too much technology out there for people to just speculate. And as raynologists, we do not deal with speculation at all. We don't like to speculate. If we're gonna speculate, it better connect to something relevant. How I just did with the Anunnaki. And showed you, because that's what Anunnaki mean. It's actually a response to a question. And the question that the Neolithic Mesopotamians that they try to say, it wasn't no Mesopotamians. Those were Sumerians. Those was niggas that they came to. Right? That they mixed in with, according to Genesis chapter 6. And those wasn't Anunnaki. That was the Anuna. Those were the children of Anu, who was Enki and Enlil. They seen what their father did and said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. That's where that us came from. Enki seen Anu do it and he wanted to do it. And Lil seen Enki do it and said, no, I got to do that shit too. So he let both of them do it. And that's why he said, look, the man has become like one of us to know the difference between good and evil. You follow? He said, what does the Enuma Elish mean? Enuma Elish. When you see the word Enuma, you can see Anu. Anu, my water. Elish. This is like flesh, being, right? Anu's water beings. Anu's beings that came out the water. And in that same tablet, they tell you about Utnapishtim, which means giver of life. And they told him to collect 2 specimens. Listen, 2 specimens of each creature because they was going to flood the planet. This is where they get your Noah story from. And when they carbon dated the tablet of the Enuma Elish, which is a clay tablet, it was 26,000 years old. It's a 26,000-year-old tablet. But these racist ass anthropologists will try to say it was 3,000 years old. They try to put it into a relevant date to their existence. And I'm writing about all of this right now in my new book. It's gonna take me a minute. I'm gonna have to do a part 1 and a part 2 too. A lot of the books I'm writing right now, I got to do a part 1 and a part 2. Because I want to make sure y'all get stuff in its appropriate context. We need to have it in this right context. It's just too much spookism going on out here. And I'm trying to I'm going to demystify that shit. We got to keep things in a relative comprehensible level so that people will want to learn, right? Just like you do, TiVo. Shouts out to TiVo Guap. That's right. Right on, TiVo. I go for you, man. TiVo been rocking with me. The second you found me, you've been on it. Salute to him. Salutes out to Natural First Initiative, too. Right? And the Hawaiian brother. Shouts out to him, too. Right? All right, y'all. That's going to be it for now. It's been 4 hours. Right? I got to let this phone charge up. He said, make sure you get your weapons ready, too, because they're going to be looking for you after. Oh, yeah, man. Shit. I need soldiers. But I ain't worried about nobody, man. My ancestors got me. You do something to me, it's going to be hell on earth. You dig? All right, y'all. We getting up out of here. May the ancestors be with you in this great day and time called Noontide Ray. I've been your beloved brother, Dr. Ray. And see you guys again soon. Tomorrow, 11:11 Central Standard Time. Hua. We will have clarity.